I would ask everyone to stand for the invocation and remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. Tonight's invocation is being offered by Mr. Nicholas Calvin, a 2014 graduate of East Magnet School and the Mayor's Youth Council, and he is the guest of Council Member Gilmore.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Neighbors, to all the City Council members, and to Vice Mayor Neighbors, and to God, I do thank you all for letting me be here tonight. Sadly, last week on Wednesday, May 28, 2014, we lost a true icon in our country, the late Dr. Maya Angelou. And tonight for our invocation, we're going to recognize her and meditate on some words that she said. I'm going to read 8 quotes that inspired many of us, and then at the end we'll take a brief moment of silence. And she will be funeralized this Saturday at 10 a.m. at the Wake Forest University in her home of Winston-Salem, North Carolina. One isn't necessarily born with courage, but one is born with potential. Without courage, we cannot practice any other virtue without consistency. We can't be kind, true, merciful, generous, or honest. I believe that each of us comes from the Creator trailing wisps of glory. Nothing can dim the light which shines from within. You may not control all the events that happen to you, but you can decide not to be reduced by them. I've learned that people will forget what you said, people will forget what you did, but people will never forget how you made them feel. Try to be a rainbow in someone's cloud. I've learned that you shouldn't go through life with a catcher's mitt on both hands. You need to be able to throw something back. We may encounter many defeats, but we must not be defeated. Dr. Maya Angelou, poet, civil rights activist, and so much more. Let's take a moment of silence. Thank you.
I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Without objection, we'll suspend the calling of the roll and ask the clerk to record the names of the members present. Is there a motion to adopt the minutes of our May 20th meeting? Is there a second? All in favor, please say aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. Madam Clerk, are there any messages from the mayor?
There are no messages from the mayor.
Thank you. If you'll check on your desk, there is a proposed rule change that we will be considering at our June 17th meeting. Council Member Berry.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I move that when we adjourn this meeting, that the council adjourn to Tuesday, June 10th, 2014 at 6 p.m. for the purpose of considering ordinance number BL 2014-788, the capital improvement budget for the fiscal year 2015 on third and final reading, along with any other matters that the Vice Mayor deems appropriate for consideration at that time.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes. I would like to remind everyone in the chamber that you need to be seated. You need to find a seat. If you cannot find a seat, you can go to the mezzanine. Councilmember Berry, will you do elections and confirmations,
Yes,
please?
thank you, Vice Mayor. Our first up this evening is the appointment of Mr. John Finch to the Fire and Building Code Appeals Board. I would just like to point out that Mr. Finch is the former mayor of Goodlettsville, and we approved him 8-4-0 against. We also have the reappointment of Mr. Jennifer Buck Wallace for a term for the Nashville Education Community and Arts Television Corporation. We approved 8-4-0 against. We also have an appointment of Ms. Jessica Farr For an appointment to the Planning Commission, we approved 8-4, 0 against. And finally, the reappointment of Mr. Jeff Yarborough to the Transit Authority, 8-4, 0 against. And with that, I move approval of all of them.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes. When I call your name, please stand and remain standing. John Finch, Jennifer Buck-Wallace, Jessica Farr, Jeff Yarborough. On behalf of the entire Metro Council, thank you for your willingness to donate your time and your expertise for our great city. Thank you very much. Once again, I'd like to remind folks in the chamber that you need to find a seat. If you cannot find a seat, please go to the mezzanine. There are a few vacant on the front row right now. Tonight we have several items on public hearing. I apologize, we do have a presentation. Councilmember Weiner.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'll make this as brief as I can. The American Heart Association recognized May 2014 as Stroke Month, and that is an issue that we really need to pay attention to. I, for one, lost my mom to a massive brainstem stroke secondary to Alzheimer's in a fall that she took 3 years ago. And so it's something that we really need to be very mindful of. And I'm going to refrain from reading the entire resolution, but I just want to point out the salient points that you really need to take home and take to your communities and be mindful of for your family, because it's life-altering when you lose a family member to something that can be prevented, such as a stroke. So it kills about 130,000 people and numerous Tennesseans every year. And between 24.9% between 2010 and 2030, the stroke prevalence is expected to increase substantially. Direct medical costs for treating stroke are expected to increase 238%. And $95.6 billion will be spent as a result of this by 2030. Nearly 78 million Americans have high blood pressure, and that's a major, major contributor to the prevalence of stroke, and it is controllable. More than half, 58% of Americans, don't know if they're at risk for a stroke or not. Have your blood pressure checked.
Yeah, and the part I would like to address is, most people think stroke just affect older folks. Strokes affect children. Several years ago, I went with the American Heart Association to D.C. We took a soldier from Fort Campbell with us, in great shape, had a stroke, changed his life. So the one thing I want to let people know are the warning signs of a stroke that can save lives. The fast warning signs and symptoms of stroke include face dropping, arm weakness, speech difficulty, and beyond those fast numbers is to call 911. Additional stroke warning signs and symptoms include sudden numbness or weakness of the face, arm, or leg, especially on one side of the body, sudden confusion, trouble speaking or understanding, sudden trouble seeing in one or both eyes, sudden trouble walking, dizziness, loss of balance or coordination, and sudden severe headaches with no known cause. These are the things that you should be on the lookout that can save lives or your own life. And with that being said, I'd like to invite someone up from the American Heart Association if they would like to say a few words.
Councilman Mitchell, Councilman Weiner, we want to thank you on behalf of the American Heart Association here in Nashville and Davidson County for your continued support. You always are very supportive of what we do to, help our community stay heart healthy, and you always help us with the Go Red for Women Month. Along the lines of what they said, let me encourage you to go to heart.org. There's a test, a self-quiz to see if you are at risk for a stroke. Take that quiz, send it to family and friends, and let's continue to do what we can to reduce the likelihood of stroke in our community. And with that, I want to thank you all, and thank you for your time.
Everyone in the chamber needs to find a seat. If you cannot find a seat, please go to the mezzanine. We have a long agenda tonight. Everyone in the chamber needs to find a seat. If you cannot find a seat, please go to the mezzanine. Tonight we have several bills on public hearing. This is the night that the council listens to the public. Each of you will have 3 minutes to speak. Our request to you is that you not be repetitious. You don't need to repeat what the person or in front of you has already said. When you come up, you will be asked to state your name and your address. The first bill on public hearing is BL 2014, and it adopts the operating budget of the Metropolitan Government for 2014-2015. Councilmember Stein.
Madam Vice Mayor, would you open the public hearing?
Please raise your hand if you're in support. Thank you. Please raise your hand if you're in opposition. Those in support wishing to speak, please line up at the lectern. Please state your name and address.
In support with an improvement.
Robert Weaver, President of Fraternal Order of Police, Lodge 5, our office at 440 Welshwood Drive in Nashville. We ask you to support the budget. We also ask you to support the budget with an additional review of 3%. You all have seen for salaries of the officers. You all have seen our response, so I'll let you read and analyze that, and I'm available for questions. We want to compare ourselves to the top tier of law enforcement agencies across the country, and we have done that. We feel that we've been a very good return on investment for the citizens of Nashville. We have been here and we have been with the council, working with you and partnering with our community, neighbors, and friends. We feel that we have been the best performing group in the city. We feel that we have done what we need to do. We've been told as it's graduation season, it's a lot like being the top performer in class. You felt that you were going to get a scholarship. You felt you had made all your extracurriculars and done your part for the team. We feel that when compared to all the other agencies and police departments across the country, we are better in doing it right for the citizens we serve. We feel that the 3% that we're asking for is a modest increase to get us back on target for where we should be. It certainly will help us get closer to our top peer cities. With that, we'd like to consider passing the budget with our 3%. Thank you.
Thank you.
$11 million.
My name is Sydney Owens, and I am a Davidson County resident in the 37218 zip code in the Kings Lane area. Good afternoon. My name is Sydney, and I am now an 8th grader at John Early Magnet School. I'd like to take a few minutes to tell you how Nashville After Zone Alliance programs like the YWCA's Girls Inc. program that I attend make a big difference in our lives and inspire us to be better students and to become strong, smart, and bold. Before I became a part of the Girls Inc. family, I was unfocused in school because I was so busy hiding. I was hiding from the bullies that taunted me every day and hiding from the teachers, hoping that they would not call on me and make everyone remember that I existed. I was the most shy, quiet, and insecure person in class, but I was always a target. I did not invite the teasing and insults, but they seemed to follow me wherever I went. I have struggled with bullying all my life. People would never want me to forget that I wasn't and would never be pretty enough or cool enough to fit in with them. Then my mom signed me up for Girls Inc. Girls Inc. instantly became the place I could go to and be me. I was accepted and cared about, and I met so many other girls that were just like me. We have all grown to love being together every afternoon. We got to study together, laugh together, and get help from our Girls Inc. teachers. My whole attitude about taking school seriously has changed drastically. I used to feel like it was silly to try and do well, but my time with Girls Inc. has shown me better. Girls Inc. has not only given me a place where I have friends and have a chance to learn about being a better student, it's also a place where we go and discuss important issues we face in life. We learn how to deal with stereotypes, racism, and how to handle our feelings, and they've even brought in people to come and talk to us about business planning, health, exercising, and skincare. Girls Inc. has not only given me a chance to improve my academic abilities, but gives me a place to showcase my talent as well. My poetry and writing skills are getting better every day. Girls Inc. Every girl should have the chance to have a safe place to be herself, even girls that have good families that love them and take good care of them like I do. I would not be the girl I am today without Girls Inc. It helped me to become my real self. I am secure, I am talented, I am truly a stronger, smarter, bolder girl. I hope that every girl has the chance to know what being a part of the Girls Inc. YWCA and Nashville After Zone Alliance program family feels like, because it's the best feeling I've ever had. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Tina Wiggs of 6409 River Place Drive in Nashville, Tennessee. Good evening. Like I stated, my name is Tina Wiggs, and I'm not only a resident of Nashville, Davidson County, but I'm also a police officer. I'm here today to support the proposed budget with an adjustment to give your police officers a 3% raise instead of a 0.5% raise. I'd like to break that down for you. If I work a 40-hour work week with that raise, that specific raise is not even enough to allow myself to buy a Happy Meal. It breaks down to $228 a year for myself, and I've been a police officer for 6 years. I was a dispatcher for 6 years before I came out to the field. due to the freeze in increments over the past couple of years. At this point, if I was still a dispatcher, I'd be making 40 cents an hour more than I am as a police officer out on the streets protecting you and your families. I didn't become a police officer because I thought that I was going to get rich. My brothers and sisters and I took an oath for this great city, and we've done that. Year after year, we've proven that we can reduce crime. And we did it with smiles on our faces. We gave up our increments for years because we were told that the city didn't have the money. Well, the city's booming, and the police officers have taken the back burner for long enough. I would like to give you a taste of my life as a police officer. I'm only going to go back for a week because I don't want to overwhelm anyone in the room. There's a lot of people in here who couldn't or wouldn't ever choose to do my job. I responded to a fatality accident where the only survivor was a 5-year-old little girl. I held her hand in the ambulance all the way to Vanderbilt, and I promised her that I wouldn't leave her side until we found her parents. My shift had long ended. The time clock was closed. I wasn't getting paid, but I made her a promise. And I stayed with her until 3 o'clock in the morning until we found her parents and they were arrived at the hospital. Within the last 48 hours, I've responded to 2 different fatality accidents involving motorcycles. Last night, I responded to a hit and run involving a pedestrian. And as soon as I got to the scene, I dropped to my knees and I started giving her CPR. I didn't know her. I didn't have to give her CPR, and I'm not a paramedic. But I did it because I took an oath to protect the people of the city. Do I think that myself and my fellow officers are worth more than a 0.5% raise? Yes, I do. And when that lady's daughter and granddaughter arrived last night, I could embrace them in my arms and honestly tell her that I did my best to try to save their mother and their grandmother. Tonight, my question is that the police officers are the guardians of the city. We stand up and protect everyone. And who's going to stand up and protect us? You're our elected officials. We spoke to you. We asked you to support us. And I ask that you support a 3% increase for our pay.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jackson Miller. I am a resident of East Nashville on Russell Street, 37206, and a business owner. I own Plato's Closets in town, including 37205.
I'm Brian Shaw, and I'm a Chief Retail Officer for Reliant Bank at 6005 Nolensville Pike, Nashville, Tennessee, and also a small business owner with Workout Anytime in Lenox Village, 37211.
We are the co-chairs of the Chamber of Commerce's Education Report Card Committee, and we're here to speak on behalf of the budget. Particularly, we're excited about the funding for MTA to allow all high school students in Metro to ride the bus for free. We believe this will have a significant impact on allowing students to choose the school that's correct for them, and we wholeheartedly support it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Vice Mayor, Chairman Stein, members of the council. My name is Bruce Wood. I'm the elected president of BURNT, a 26-year-old volunteer environmental group in Nashville. We've done a lot with the council. Some of our biggest victories came up here, and I'd just like to commend the council for your work. And that I've found across the board that council people are responsive, and you can have isolated people say things that don't sound right, but they won an election. It's a competitive process, and you're here because you deserve to be here, and that's appreciated. Like I'll say this, if it weren't for BURNT, we wouldn't be building a downtown garden amphitheater. We'd have a 900-ton-a-day garbage burner. Up on Rolling Mill Hill, we'd have a $100 million garbage processor. And those came through government choices, but we led the way. And so I feel very good about being here in your role. I'd like to say that while I've been in Nashville for 30 years, and it's been a good city for me. I appreciate it. I can get here to these hearings and do that. But I'll say this, I'm just not sure if Nashville is a great city. I mean, if you look here, I handed out a flyer that 43% of the people in North Nashville are not in the labor force. And 68% in the rest of Nashville is in the labor force. Per capita income in North Nashville, $10,600. And in the rest of Nashville, $22,000. Well, how can you build a community if you don't have any money? And how can North Nashville work? All it'll do, I mean, the ultimate story about North Nashville is to go to the confluence of Meharry, Fisk, and General Hospital. Absolutely no commercial development. Then go to St. Thomas, Vanderbilt, any other hospitals, and there's plenty of development. How can we be a great city? We have pockets of people who are on well water in the middle of a highly urban city. That's just disgusting. And $71 million for a baseball stadium that cannot be upgraded when we get a major league stadium? That's just puzzling. 871,000 tons of solid waste that we're proud to landfill. And that could generate 840 jobs. 840 jobs paying $40,000 a job. But oh no, we're shipping it all over. And, you know, of course, look to Public Works on that. And a big part of our problem is right here at the bottom. Tennessee is #1 recruiting businesses, and we're number 44 in quality of life. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Edward Dunlap. I reside at 3203 Cynthia Lane. I'm here tonight, want to tell you all how grateful I am about Access Ride. Without Access Ride, I would not be able to travel anywhere. Since I've been down, I'm not able to get in cars and go. But thank the good Lord that there's a service here that has been a blessing to me, that I can visit the sick in the hospitals, and I do go. I go to churches, I'm all around, and I do take advantage of this service. And I just, if you can tonight, please consider MTA's budget. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Abby Wisdent, and I reside at 2240 Maple Crest Drive. I'm here tonight on behalf of 10 of the most amazing young people in Nashville who happen to be part of the Oasis Center and MTA Youth Action Team. I work as the adult coordinator for this Youth Advisory Council, who help inform MTA on how to make riding the bus better for young people, but they've also helped identify a lot of key issues prohibiting young people from riding the bus. So I'm here on behalf of those young people who can't be here to share our support for the budget and encourage you to support the budget, specifically the free bus fare program that's been proposed. That would enable a lot of young people that I work with who without a free bus pass wouldn't actually be able to take advantage of school choice and get to Hillsborough High School from Madison, and wouldn't be able to come to Oasis Center to take advantage of opportunities like these character development programs that we have for young men in the juvenile justice system, or through STARS Nashville, a drug and alcohol recovery program which visits my art studio every Wednesday. So I highly encourage you to support the budget, specifically to support the free bus fare program for our young people. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Jay Everett, 928 Ireland Street. Honorable Council, I would like to speak to you tonight on behalf of Transit Now Nashville and our community of transit riders. We ask for your support for the Mayor's FY 2015 proposed budget. The budget includes funds for launching BRT Light on Charlotte and Nolensville Road, which is greatly needed and will be similar to the Gallatin and Murfreesboro Pike services, which are the two most popular bus routes in the city. As a nonprofit promoting transit improvement, we are in favor of this system improvement, as well as the proposed funding that will allow MTA to purchase and install 100 new bus shelters. The budget also includes a youth mobility program, which you've heard much about. which allows students in grades 9 through 12 to ride MTA buses for free in the fall. As you know, Nashville has a much higher cost for youth to ride transit than its peer cities. For example, Austin, it costs about $16.50 a month compared to Nashville, which is about $58.50 a month. We ask that you support the mayor's proposed budget. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Cheryl Lewis. I live in Wilson County, but I work for Lifeway Christian Resources and have worked there for 30 years. And I'm in support of the mayor's budget for the same MTA reasons that you've already heard. In addition to the coverings that will be added, I'm also in favor of seeing some more shuttle routes that will benefit employers in the downtown area to access places downtown. When I first began working at when the service first began, while I was working at Lifeway, there were 2 or 3 shuttles that actually came right by Lifeway to the train station, which is how I commute to and from Nashville. Now there's one that I have access to in the mornings and none in the afternoons unless I catch it very early and leave my employer day short. So I would encourage support of the mayor's budget for those of us who commute to and from Davidson County from outside. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor, neighbors. My name is Mark Young, 100 Arlington Avenue. I am the president of the International Association of Firefighters. First, I'd like to make it public that we are in support of the domestic partner benefits. We have several members that will be utilizing this benefit, and we are in full support of this. Next, I'd like to bring to the council's attention, we have a very serious issue with our fleet inside the fire department. There has been some money that's been approved, and this money will actually put a Band-Aid on this issue. I don't know if you're aware of it, but at any given day, there's not a fire engine in some of you guys' district. Today, I checked on the status of the city on equipment, and at noon today, every fire engine was in the house with 1 reserve. What this means is if we have 2 breakdowns today, somebody in this city, one of your districts, is going to be without fire protection. If they place an order tonight for this equipment, it's going to be a year before it gets here. We can't go another year in this situation. The only possible fix that I can think of is we need to look at leasing some equipment until this equipment gets here. That option is there. It's going to cost a little money, but it could save a life, and it's definitely going to save a lot of property. So I ask tonight that we look at this very closely, and let's keep these engines in these firehouses. Just a few nights ago, there was the first due truck was not even in the firehouse for downtown. What that could mean is if you're on the 4th floor or above, you might ought to jump, because that's the best you're going to get. So please consider adding some money to the fire department's budget to lease some equipment to get us out of this life or death situation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Madison Cuthbertson, 1010 Ackland Avenue. I'm a rising senior at Hume-Fogg High School, and today I'm representing the Mayor's Youth Council. I'm here to just say a few words about the MTA Youth Mobility Program. So in April, I was asked to serve on the Mayor's Task Force for drafting the program that would allow youth to ride MTA buses at no cost. So I'm glad to hear the program was placed into the proposed budget, and I hope that you will support it tonight. I believe in this program, and I believe that it will give students access to a sustainable and reliable mode of transportation that will increase their mobility and access to this city. This is also an investment in the future that will foster their ability to ride public transport now in order to ensure that this habit will be sustained. Thank you for all your service and leadership in this city. I believe in Nashville, and I believe that this program will be a step towards making Nashville a very livable city. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone in opposition wishing to speak, please line up at the lectern. I thought I saw one hand behind the pillar there. Seeing no one wishing to speak, I declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Stein.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. The Budget and Finance Committee voted to approve and re-refer to the Budget and Finance Committee 7-4, none against, and I would so move with a brief comment.
We have a motion and a second. Councilman Stein.
Thank you. Just to remind everyone that in our process, second reading is not determinative here because the budget is obviously amendable in substitute form on third reading. And just so everyone sees on their desk so they know that the rest of our budget schedule, we resume budget hearings tomorrow at 4 and then again on Thursday. And then of course the June 10th date is here. Beginning that day though at 4 o'clock will be a work session to discuss our council wish list before we move into the joint meeting with our with the Planning Committee to discuss the capital improvement budget, and then the goal would be on the 16th at our regular Budget and Finance meeting to consider a substitute, and then hopefully, if Council is willing, to adopt a budget on June 17th. And with that, I renew my motion to approve on second reading and re-refer to the Budget and Finance Committee.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes. Next is 2014-788, adopts the capital improvements budget for 2014-2015 through 2019 through 2020. Councilmember Stein.
Madam Vice Mayor, if you would open the public hearing.
Please raise your hand if you're in support. Please raise your hand if you're in opposition. If you're in opposition and wish to speak, please line up at the lectern now.
Good evening, Vice Mayor, members of the council. Just want to remind the council to please take a hard look at the AMP proposal, the money for the AMP in this capital improvements budget. State legislation has now passed, and we'll have to get state approval if anything is going to be built on West End and Broadway. I hate to see us keep wasting any money toward the AMP, and we end up not building it. So please consider that if you would. The business owners now would like to speak.
Well, I'm glad to be here for the council. I'm Doug Wheaton. I have Joy's Flowers on 2412 West End Avenue. I've been appointed the spokesperson for the West End Business Association, which is a new group that's building up. Primarily what brought us together was the AMP proposal. We've had a survey with all of our businesses in the area, and 97% are against the AMP. 3% have no opinion. We do not think that this proposal, if it went through, would be good for any of our businesses on West End Avenue, the entire area. The mayor has had not one single retail operation on West End represented on the Citizens Advisory Committee, and we don't know why. We oppose any allocation of additional funds for the AMP, not for public transportation to improve our transportation in the city, but we don't think the AMP is the way to go. The traffic study by Parson Bingerhoff, which was completed, will show that if the AMP does go into action, the traffic time on West End Avenue will double instantly. Some of the ideas we've come up with are to possibly add more bus routes, a few more buses, but not to spend $174 million, and we all know it'll probably be more than that in the future. but we'll be monitoring what goes on with the council and all, but it's not good for West End, it's not good for Nashville, and there's other alternatives, so thank you.
Seeing no one else wishing to speak, I declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Stein.
Madam Vice Mayor, the Budget and Finance Committee voted to approve and re-refer to the Budget and Finance Committee by a vote of 7-4, none against. I need a Planning Committee report. I apologize.
Councilmember Hunt.
Planning and Zoning Historical Committee voted to approve Bill 788, 940 against.
Councilman Stein.
And I think it's going to come back to you too, isn't it, Councilman Hunt, to re-refer? Okay. Then I would, Budget and Finance voted to approve and re-refer, and I, by vote of 7-4, none against, and I move to approve and re-refer.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Yeah. Motion passes. Next is BL 2013-392, changes 39.09 acres from SP to RS80 zoning for property located at Sawyer Brown Road, unnumbered, approximately 540 feet north of Meadow Lane Drive. Councilmember Tiger.
At Council Lady Wiener's request, we'd like to move this to the July public hearing.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor of the deferral to July public hearing, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. BL 2014-747 amends the Metro Zoning Code to add a definition and conditions for communications HUD. Councilmember Hunt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Could we open the committee? Approve? Public hearing?
All in favor, please raise your hand. Thank you. Anyone in opposition, please raise your hand. Seeing no one in opposition, does anyone in support wish to speak? Seeing none, I declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Hunt.
Now move for approval.
Have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. BL 2014-759 changes 7.3 acres from IWD to SP zoning for properties located at 610 Merritt Avenue, 1234, 1236, and 1238 Martin Street to permit a mixed-use development. Councilmember Moore.
I move to open the public hearing, please.
Please raise your hand if you're in support. Thank you. Please raise your hand if you're in opposition. Seeing no one in opposition, does anyone in support wish to speak? If so, please line up at the lectern. I'd like to remind everyone that if you are in the chamber, you need to have a seat. If you do not have a seat, please go out to the mezzanine. Yes, sir.
Good evening, Council. My name is Colby Sledge. I live at 614 Moore Avenue in the Wedgwood, Houston neighborhood. Thank you this evening for having the public hearing. Want to let you know that we, as a neighborhood, have had a lot of great discussions with the developer in question with this SP, and we are moving toward a series of conversations that we're having with planners and with neighborhood members and with the developer themselves about a lot of different initiatives that are taking place in the neighborhood. We will be starting those next Monday, in fact, and we'll be talking about housing, we'll be talking about neighborhood economic development and jobs in the neighborhood, and we'll also be talking about sustainable practices. This is a totally neighbor-driven initiative, and it has the support of the developer who's bringing this forward. And we just wanted, I just want to speak personally to say I think we've had a lot of great conversations so far within the neighborhood and with this developer, and I'm hopeful that as we go forward that we might have a model for neighborhoods as we deal with these kinds of issues that are happening in the city, that we might have a model for neighborhoods for the months and years ahead. So thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor and council members. I'm Andrew Beard. I'm with Core Development, and I just wanted to quickly say a thank you to Council Lady Moore and also to SNAP, the South Nashville Action people, and particularly their board members. We've had quite a robust conversation since October of 2013, and we're excited about the discussions that have been prompted and the opportunities to realize this particular SP application. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Seeing no one else wishing to speak, the public hearing is closed. Councilmember Moore.
I move for approval with a
We have a
very
motion
brief
and a second.
explanation.
Councilmember Moore.
As the gentleman said, both gentlemen said, we did meet last year on this particular project and was very enthused how the neighbors came out and gave their comments. And, you know, again, this is neighbors working together so that they are knowing that what resources are available in their neighborhood. And so this is how they have generated more conversation about what they would like to see going on. With that, again, I say I move for approval.
All in favor, please say aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. BL 2014-760 changes .16 acres from CN to MUNA zoning for property located at 5916 Merrill Road. Councilmember Baker.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Open for public hearing, please.
Please raise your hand if you're in support. Please raise your hand if you're in opposition. Seeing no one in opposition, does anyone in support wish to speak? Seeing none, the public hearing is closed. Councilmember Baker.
Move approval.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. BL 2014-761 changes approximately 11 acres from RS-20 to RS-30 zoning for properties located at 3914, 3916, 3920, 4002, 4004, 4008, 4010, 4016, 4128 Wallace Lane. Councilmember Todd.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Move to open the public hearing.
Please raise your hand if you're in support. Thank you. Please raise your hand if you're in opposition. Seeing no one in opposition, does anyone in support wish to speak? Please line up at the lectern.
Heidi Welch, 4010 Wallace Lane, one of the properties listed. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. Everyone listed on these properties are very concerned about preserving the beauty of our street. I'll describe it in just a minute. It's very different from the west side of our street, which is zoned RS-20 because all of those properties are half-acre lots. Our lots are actually more than 1 acre, and we think it's reasonable to request that a zone match the character of our property. The whole side of the street has a large Wallace Woods Creek running through it, which then runs under Hobbs and continues, and then runs under Abbott Martin and continues, and is a main tributary to Sugar Tree Creek. There's many windy hills and very steep hills, and then all of a sudden dropping down to low-lying areas. It is historically called Wallace Woods and is an incredibly beautiful wooded quarter-acre street that we're concerned about preserving their environmental value. We're concerned about flooding issues if there's too much development because there's a lot of underground springs with all those hills and steep areas. And we have recorded and have on file data for the wildlife that is living in the creek, the mallard ducks and the salamanders and crayfish. We're concerned about all of the tributaries, keeping Richland Creek healthy, one of the main creeks in Nashville. And we just think it's very reasonable that we actually have a zone that matches the character of our street to help protect the environmental beauty. Whenever anybody comes down our road, there's a lot of shade. It's beautiful. People say a little bit of country right here in the center of Green Hills. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no one else wishing to speak, the public hearing is closed. Councilmember Todd.
Thank you. I move approval.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. BL 2014-762 changes .36 acres from RS-5 to SP zoning for properties located at 1007, 1009 North 5th Street to permit up to 4 detached dwelling units. Councilmember Scott Davis.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to open the public hearing.
Please raise your hand if you're in support. Thank you. Please raise your hand if you're in opposition. If you're in support and wish to speak, please line up at the lectern now, please.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Vice Mayor, pardon me, and council members. My name is Ben Jordan. Tonight I serve as representative for Terrence and Tina Harris, who own this property. I also serve them as the project manager on this project. I want to first say that we've done everything we can to engage the community in terms of the planning process, and we've engaged them primarily because one of the most important things is that I live right adjacent to this property, and I've been in this community for 7 years. My time in that community, I'm very invested in the community, and I'm considered a good neighbor, I'd like to think. And a part of being a good neighbor, the first people I engaged in terms of letters of support were the people immediately affected, whose letters, some of their letters you have there before you, that are directly adjacent to the property, in front of the property, behind the property, and any adjacent streets. I've gathered support from those folks. Also, during 2 neighborhood association meetings, I presented the project to them. Specifically, Cleveland Park, I went into extensive detail about the project and solicit their support. At that meeting, there were 24 in attendance, and as a result of their vote, I did get a letter of support from the neighborhood association. After that, I've continued to engage them and ask them for input on the plans and everything that they gave us in that meeting. At the time, there were 5 things that they were concerned about, and of the 5 things, we did address 3 of them in the design and the layout of the plan. The 2 things that we did not make an adjustment for was the fact that it's a 3-story property, and the other thing is that it's 2 per lot. This plan is consistent with the city's promotion of support for density and infill development. These properties were vacant lots before. They're not displacing any families, and they feed the need for a thriving housing market here in Nashville. Opposition would say that this particular project interrupts or disturbs the consistency of the neighborhood, and that's just not so, because I believe any urban district within the Metro Council, within the Metro District, you will find similar properties very close to it, and that is where the consistency lies in terms of what's happening within our urban core, and I ask your support for this bill.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Brenda Ross. I'm a 30-year veteran of District 5, retired Metro employee, community activist, and worked in this community for many years. I am in favor of the project. One of my dissatisfactions is that we're having a battle between the old and the new and the black and the whites in the district. This is not a battle we need to be fighting. In our district, we have had developers come in and build any and everything that they wanted to build. Right now, we have a black man that wants to build, and they ask the young man, how much are you selling your house for? Why are you being greedy? Why you want to put 2 lots on the property? I worked hard in District 5 to pave the way for the individuals who are coming up in opposition of this project. We got a battle going that we don't need to be fighting in 2014. We need to be fighting education and jobs. So I ask you to support this project. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone in opposition wishing to speak, please line up at the lectern now. My apologies for the concert that's going on outside. I've tried to adjust the microphone so everyone can hear, and if you can't, please let me know. Again, my apologies.
I do have some handouts I'd like to submit to the clerk for...
You'll need to give them to the Sergeant at Arms.
My name is Sarah Martin. I live at 1020 Stainback Avenue in Cleveland Park, approximately 2 blocks from the proposed specific plan. This zoning change would permit up to 4 detached dwelling units with up to 3 stories each. This zoning change is contrary to the detailed neighborhood design plan of the East Nashville Community Plan, which is what's being passed around now. This portion of the community plan establishes goals for land use by sub-district. The properties in question are located in Sub-District 1, and the first goal for Sub-District 1 pertains to preserving its existing character. The first objective for achieving this goal is to maintain RS5 zoning for all properties within Sub-District 1, which you'll note is the current base zoning for these properties in question. Following that, there should be no more than a total of 3 detached dwelling units permitted on these 2 parcels, not 4. Secondly, SP zoning should create developments that are suitable to the surroundings. This block of North 5th Street features mostly 1-story homes with few 1.5 and 2-story homes. 3 4-story homes would be disruptive to the landscape of the street. I'm asking that you amend the conditions of the specific plan to permit up to 3 homes with a maximum of 2 stories at 1007 and 1009 North 5th Street. Doing so would make this an appropriate use of SP zoning, and I'd be supportive. I want to add one last thing. If the Planning Commission and the Metro Council continue to circumvent base zoning and implement zoning changes that are inconsistent with the respective community plan, they send the message that community plans, land use policies that the neighborhoods helped put into place have no value. Little by little, this diminishes the influence of the neighborhoods over their own quality of life. You are all in a unique position to let neighborhoods, your constituents, know that policies established with their input do have value. Thank you.
Seeing no one else wishing to speak, the public hearing is closed. Councilmember Scott Davis.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I would like to move for approval hold on, young man. Thank you. I would also like a brief comment, and I'd like to submit in the record 30 letters of support from every neighbor on that block.
Do we have a second? Second. Councilmember Davis.
Change is rough on everybody. Mr. Jordan, the project manager, is a former neighborhood chair of the Cleveland Park Neighborhood Association. As the council members will look through the packet, they will see names that they recognize in support. Long-term residents of that street and long-term residents of Cleveland Park. Those people who helped create the original community plan, as my good friend and fellow Cleveland Park leader has just stated, that it's different from the community plan. The community plan is expired now, and we're all working hard to focus on Nashville Next, thanks to the great help of our planning department and their efforts and the rest of the council. When looking at that packet and seeing those names that you recognize, and looking at those neighbors that live next to it, and the project manager who's living next door to these 4 homes that are being built, and when you look at the owners of the property and the developers, they've made several commitments. They own a daycare, and they own several businesses in our neighborhood. They've been feeding and helping the kids in my neighborhood for years. And when you look at this packet too, you'll see other names of people who have reviewed plans, who have submitted letters of support for different projects to planning, and have submitted letters against certain projects to planning. And it's difficult because the city is growing and everybody is scared to change. But these neighbors on this block are embracing the change. And one thing is, though, we need the jobs. We do want the increased density in certain areas, but we do want to build smartly. And many accusations have been flown against these neighbors that they don't know what they're doing. They don't know what they're looking at. But if you're looking at those names and seeing some of your former school teachers in there, former Metro employees, former police officers, former and current people that you're like, these people are very intelligent. They know how to read. They know how to analyze. So I ask for approval, and just thank you for your support.
All in favor, please say aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. Next is BL 2014-763. Amends ordinance number BL 2005-688 for 1.1 acres of property located at 3101 Nolensville Pike to remove a condition pertaining to signage. Councilmember Tenpenny.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Move to open the public hearing.
Please raise your hand if you're in support. Thank you. Please raise your hand if you're in opposition. Seeing no one in opposition, do you wish to speak in support? Public hearing is closed. Councilmember Tenpenny.
I move for approval.
Have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. BL 2014-764 makes provisions to 0.11 acres of a neighborhood landmark overlay district to property located at 1627 Shelby Avenue. Councilmember Westerholm.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. I move to open the public hearing.
Please raise your hand if you're in support. Thank you. Please raise your hand if you're in opposition. Those in support wishing to speak, please line up at the lectern. Now, please.
Hello, my name is Laura Citron, and I am a current resident of 1627 Shelby Avenue. We recently relocated from New York, and we chose Nashville because, as you all know, it's an amazing city, but we chose East Nashville because of our affinity for historic homes, and we definitely wanted to live in one of these spaces. After looking at a plethora of options, we were stopped in our tracks when we came to 1627 because it's completely different than any of the other houses in the street. So it's a house attached to what used to be a general store in the 1920s up until the 50s. And we learned from the current resident that it used to be called Simpkins Grocery, and it was kind of a neighborhood favorite, and we fell in love with the history, and we definitely wanted to be a part of it, and we wanted to also restore it to what it used to look like, and you know, just to be a part of that East Nashville historic culture. So yeah, and that's the reason that we chose this home, and we definitely think that it's worthy of historic preservation. 90% of people that we meet in East Nashville, when they ask where we live and we tell them 1627, they get so excited. They say, I know that place, I love that place. You know, it's definitely worthy of a landmark status because it is a neighborhood landmark to most people that we meet. And we hope that you guys give us the opportunity to allow this to continue to be historically preserved. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Renee Morton. I live at 1519 Woodland Street. I've been an East Nashville resident for about 11 years now. I feel like the property in question would be so awesome if it was to be restored to what it's meant to be, which is, you know, a store, a retail space. I personally live across the street from Laughlin Table. So I understand what it means to live in a neighborhood where there's businesses and homes, and we all, you know, kind of cohesively live there. So we've had no issues with property value or traffic or parking or anything in my specific situation, and I really don't think that there would be any situation with parking or anything like that at the property in question as well. So I'm in full support. I think this is what East Nashville is about. And I hope that it's able to be restored.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Nathan Spears. I reside at 913 Broadmoor Drive in District 8, where I'm dutifully represented. Something that I benefited from in my neighborhood, I feel like, is overlaid just like this one. It's good planning, it's good government. There's the inevitability of growth. So I appreciate Council Westerholm and Davis for thinking ahead, and I also know the Hausers who happen to own this property. I've known them for about 10 years. They're creative people. They restored 3 properties in a row years ago on Setliff, right by Rose Pepper. So these people don't, you know, desecrate, they create. So I support this bill.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Chris Hauser. I'm the property owner at 1627 Shelby Avenue. Thank you for listening to this, and I speak on behalf of the neighborhood overlay. My husband and I have been in the East Nashville neighborhood for about 14, 15 years. and restoring properties. We love East Nashville, and one of the things we love most about it is the historical houses that are beautiful, and the commercial little retail artisan nooks that are sprinkled about intermittently within the neighborhood. It's definitely, you can't find that in Brentwood, and that's one of the things we love about East Nashville. We listed this property for rent on Craigslist and were inundated with people who wanted to utilize the commercial space that used to be that grocery store area and live next door, live in the attached house. So the property is definitely not just a residence. It's got that grocery store building that used to be attached. We found a potential tenant who also loved the historical vision that we had for the property, which was to bring back the facade, the outside of the grocery store, to make it look like it did back in the 20s, 30s, and 40s, and 50s, and to, again, preserve the historical uniqueness that is East Nashville. So, looking at my notes. And so we approached Mr. Westerholm and said, okay, we have wanted to do this for a long time. Now's the right time. How do we go about it? And so we looked at the neighborhood landmark overlay, because this property is kind of perfect for that, and it meets 5 out of the 6 criteria that defines what that overlay is all about. It embodies the characteristics that distinguish it from other features in the neighborhood or community. It is not like any other house on the street. Rezoning the property on which the feature exists to a general zoning district inconsistent with surrounding or adjacent properties as office, commercial, mixed-use, shopping centers, industrial zoning would significantly impact the neighborhood or community. We feel like for the worst. We don't want it to be just any kind of business. We want it to be correct for the neighborhood, appropriate for that small, teeny tiny little commercial space that exists next to the house, attached to the house. The other criteria is that retaining the feature is important in maintaining the cohesive traditional fabric of the neighborhood, which is urban living. Everybody walks to everywhere in East Nashville. You can get your bread, you can get your coffee, you can get, a neat shirt, you can get, okay.
Thank you.
5 out of the 6. Thank you so much.
Hello, my name is Nicole Turner, and I also have lived in East Nashville for the past 10 years. I'm in support of this historic overlay to this building. I've known the Hausers for a few years and actually have been involved in some of the projects at this house to beautify it. I have a landscape company, so we've been working on behalf of the beautification of this area for the past few weeks. And everybody that I talk to, when I tell them that I'm going to work on the Shelby Avenue, they go, oh, the store. So I feel that it is a landmark, and it's a historic landmark, and to have it actually become what it was in the past, I think will fit well for the East Nashville community. Thank you.
Would you please give your address?
Yes. 926 Riverside Drive.
Thank you. Mm-hmm. Those in opposition wishing to speak, please line up at the lectern now.
Good evening. My name is Lauren Davis, and I live at 1625 Shelby. It's directly next to the house in question. I'd just like to quickly describe the area surrounding this home in question. All the neighbors surrounding it have young children. I myself have a four-week-old, and several of my neighbors all have children under 5. And then catty corner across the street, there is a church. Generally, my husband and I actually support mixing commercial and residential property. That's why we moved to East Nashville. We also have a home in Germantown. Particularly, we are against this because this particular residence does not need to be changed to commercial. The first reason is the nature of the store that they're proposing is inappropriate and not family friendly. And I believe that there was an email that went out earlier today with images from their Facebook page. Second, the intersection at 17th and Shelby is extremely dangerous, and we've brought this to Peter Westerholm in the past. There have been accidents continuously. I've witnessed 3 myself, and I work most of the day, so I'm not home that often. And we actually had someone visiting our home about 4 weeks ago, and their car was completely totaled in the middle of the day. So I think that bringing more people to this particular intersection without doing something first will create a more dangerous atmosphere, especially in an area where there are so many children. Third, this property only has 2 parking spots. And so from what I've been told, that they have had events in the past with over 1,000 people invited. I really don't know how our community could support that when we're already having parking issues. Anyways, thank you for considering this.
Thank you.
Hello there. My name is Edwin Wilmore. I live at 1626 Shelby, which is directly across the street and a touch to the side of the considered lot right now. I sent a letter to everyone, and I don't know if anyone read it at all, but I have 2 main points that I'd like to put to you on this question, which is that, first of all, that this building, which has been exclusively residential for between 40 and 60 years, we're not quite sure how long, but at least 40 years, is in no danger of being lost if it remains residential. Both of the storefront and the bungalow are in decent to good shape and would claim a very high price on the market today. In fact, it would be one of the most expensive properties on the block, even though it is an undersized lot for the current zoning and is just a residential zoning right now. No developer would consider purchasing the most expensive building on a block to tear it down, to change it. Basically, the laws of economics will preserve this building. And in the eyes of the council, I thought that one of the main purposes of the neighborhood landmark overlay designation is concerned with preservation of the building. And so really a no vote and a yes vote will do absolutely the same thing, which is this building will be preserved. As far as restoration is concerned, we have no promises from that. That's just suddenly some icing on the cake as far as what the owners have been saying recently after the neighbors began their opposition. Secondly, there appears to be a consensus among the neighbors that are immediate neighbors that this building should remain residential. I'm sure that there have been other letters requesting anyone's voice should be considered. It really should be those immediate neighbors. It's clear that the primary goal of the property owners is just to allow commercial use. Their primary goal does not seem to be preservation of the property. If so, they probably would have stated that their goal was to preserve the property and put up drawings before Planning Commission had already voted this to go to council, which they hadn't. The old corner store is not and has been not the corner is not and has not been designed for commercial use. The old corner store, which was open for between 25 and 45 years only, has been closed now for between 40 and 60 years. That means this neighborhood has been well established as in its current residential neighborhood for a very long time after the business is closing. I prefer it to remain a residential corner, as do most of the neighbors that I've spoken to that are immediate neighbors. Please respect the immediate neighbors and just vote no. Thanks. You guys have a good evening.
Thank you. Seeing no one else wishing to speak, the public hearing is closed. Councilmember Westerholm.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. I'd like to move approval with a brief comment.
Have a motion and a second. Councilman.
I'd like to appreciate all the neighbors who came out this evening to speak about this neighborhood landmark. So, as many of the comments alluded to, this is an interesting property. This is a property that, if you're not familiar with it, you would certainly recognize it because it does stick out as distinct from the other houses on the block, which is why I think that the Planning Commission determined that this was the appropriate designation, was that of the neighborhood landmark. So where we are procedurally and where we're going to be, where this would go if this is approved by the council, is that with neighborhood landmark designations, there is a final site plan that must be approved by the Planning Commission. This will afford the opportunity to address any specific conditions of use for that property. This has been mentioned a number of public meetings and with neighbors, And I feel as if we are going to be able to use that process to address many of the concerns that have come up, including hours of operation, number of events, types of uses. Any changes that would come about with a future tenant would have to go through a similar process of going back to the Planning Commission with an additional site plan to approve. The concern about parking and traffic. Everyone is correct that this is a busy intersection. For the last 2 years, we have worked to put in some no parking signs so we have a broader line of sight so the people crossing 17th and Shelby can have better visibility. And I know that there are still some issues there. We have asked police to continue addressing parking. There is a large church with a very healthy congregation across the street. They have events on a number of occasions that sometimes have over 200 people. And there are parking challenges for any building that has that. This particular structure is 800 square feet. 800 square feet in the area. I don't think they're going to be having that many big events. They do have 2 reserved parking spots. They do have parking that I think we can address on the side street of 17th. So I say all this to say that I do think that we can work out through this final site plan that will go back before the Planning Commission of an idea and an ordinance, well, I don't know, actually not ordinance, but this site plan will include details and conditions that I think will make this comfortable for everyone, both the owners and for the neighbors. I'm determined to use that process to achieve a result that everyone is comfortable with, and I believe that it will make everyone happy. With that, I would ask for favorable consideration. This is simply the idea that says, or the application of the neighborhood landmark that would allow the next step in the process, which is the approval by the Planning Commission of the final site plan that will allow all the different conditions that we have on the table before us to address. So with that, I would ask for your approval.
Councilmember Bedney, did you wish to speak?
Yeah, I had a question for the councilman.
This is public hearing. It's going to go to committee, but go right ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to understand. I think I apologize. If this is a bad question, then I'll wait for the committee. But I just wanted to know how are you going to determine what the uses of the building by logging it into the drawing? I mean, I have never done one of those zoning changes that you're getting ready to do. So if you could maybe explain that to me.
Would it be permissible for me to defer to planning?
I really think we need to wait till this is referred to the committee and we can get these questions answered.
I'm okay with that.
Okay.
I apologize. Thank you.
All in favor, please say aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. Next is BL 2014-765, changes 2.43 acres from IR to SP zoning for properties located at 302 Taylor Street, 1408, 1410 4th Avenue North, 401 and 403 3rd Avenue North to permit up to 249 multifamily dwelling units and all uses permitted by the MUL district. Councilmember Gilmore.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Move to open the public hearing.
Please raise your hand if you're in support. Thank you. Please raise your hand if you're in opposition. Seeing no one in opposition, does anyone in support wish to speak? Seeing no one, the public hearing is closed. Councilmember Gilmore.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I would move for approval with a brief comment.
We have a motion and a second. Councilmember.
Thank you so much. I would like to say on March the 3rd at 6 p.m. we did hold a meeting at the Matt Platter in conjunction with the Germantown Neighborhood Association, and I would like to thank all the neighbors for coming out and showing their support and engaging in the process. So with that, I ask for approval.
All in favor, please say aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. Next is BL 2014-766, changes approximately 156 acres from R10 to RS10 zoning for various properties located along Cedar Hill Road, Crosby Lane, Cypress Drive, Fairlane Drive, Gillette Road, Madeline Drive, Malpar Drive, Packard Drive, Pearson Place, Raywood Lane, Strasser Drive, Tusculum Road, Yorktown Road, and a portion of property at 4930 Nolensville Pike. Councilmember Potts.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Move to open the public hearing, please.
First, we'll need to see the slides from planning.
This is a request to rezone from R10 to RS10, and the Planning Commission recommendation was to disapprove as submitted, but to approve with a substitute ordinance. That substitute has been drafted and sent to the council office. Again, the current zoning is R10, and the policy is residential low medium. The request as submitted did not meet a number of critical planning goals, including housing diversity, infill development, and transportation options, but the substitute ordinance will identify strategic locations for corner lots with two-family zoning to remain two-family, but to downzone those lots to prevent future subdivision. And this is the map that we attached to the substitute showing the strategic locations. And again, the Planning Commission recommendation was to disapprove as submitted, but approve with a substitute ordinance.
Thank you. Please raise your hand if you're in support. Please raise your hand if you're in opposition. Seeing no one on either side, the public hearing is closed. Councilmember Potts.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to move the substitute bill. On third reading, okay, thank you. Well, I'd like to move approval then.
Have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. BL 2014-767 amends the mansion at Fontenelle Specific Plan District for properties located at 4105, 4125, 4225 Whites Creek Pike to add 1.97 acres into the SP to relocate a private drive to increase the total number of resort rooms from 140 to 150 and to amend various limitations for the seasonal performance entertainment venue. Councilmember Hunt.
Madam President, please open the public hearing.
Please raise your hand if you're in support. Thank you. Please raise your hand if you're in opposition. Seeing no one in opposition, does anyone in support wish to speak? Seeing none, the public hearing is closed. Councilmember Hunt.
And I move for approval, please.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. BL 2014-768 changes 1.26 acres from RS5 to RM20A zoning for property located at 1041 West Greenwood Avenue. Councilmember Scott Davis. Councilmember Scott Davis.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to open the public hearing.
Please raise your hand if you're in support. Please raise your hand if you're in opposition. Seeing no one in opposition, does anyone in support wish to speak? Public hearing is closed. Councilmember Davis.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to move for approval with a very brief explanation.
We have a motion and a second. Councilmember.
I know we all think that all developers and builders are evil, but the developer here has helped several of my neighbors rebuild their homes. And I just want to thank them for helping the less than unfortunate those people in my district with the rebuilding projects. Thank you.
All in favor, please say aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. BL 2014-769 amends the Metro Zoning Code to modify the definition and conditions of accessory dwelling detached. Councilmember Hunt.
Madam President, open the public hearing, please.
Please raise your hand if you're in support. Please raise your hand if you're in opposition. Those in support wishing to speak, please line up at the lectern.
Good evening, council members. My name is Brett Withers. I live at 1113 Granada Avenue in Council District 6. My neighborhood is one of the historic neighborhoods, like Laughlin Springs and some of the other historic neighborhoods that we have in Nashville that have one or two family zoning. And one of the perks, the preservation perks that the Historic Zoning Commission has offered to date is the ability to have a detached accessory dwelling unit. And that provides an option of having a small house in the rear that can be utilized by children who are staying at home later these days, parents who are moving back in with families, or possibly even as rental income. In our neighborhoods, we have really had very little trouble with those, even as being rental units. There has not been a lot of neighborhood objection to those per se. And many people feel that that is a good solution that actually does provide an affordable rental option. Presently, in a lot of our neighborhoods, the only rental options are to rent an entire house, and then you have quite a few roommates with cars and parking issues that result from having quite that many people crammed into a house where really all they want is a small unit. And this provides that option in our historic areas. So I think it's really exciting that within the single and two family zoned areas of the county that we're going to expand that benefit. All of us in this room are in favor of certain kinds of density that is appropriate, and many of our neighborhoods that are single and two family actually see this as a benefit, because instead of having two equal houses on a lot, you actually have a smaller one. So rather than having two rather large duplex structures, you have one more prominent one addressing the street, and another one typically off an alley or in the rear that's quite a bit smaller and doesn't disrupt the neighborhood feel quite as much. So I think this is a really good plan that really has been spearheaded by Historic and is being expanded out more broadly into our zoned areas, and I would urge your support. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone in opposition wishing to speak, please come to the lectern now. Seeing none, the public hearing is closed. Councilmember Hunt.
And I move for approval, please.
We have a motion and a second. Councilmember Claiborne.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Just for clarity's sake, could we have, for the record, a confirmation that this ordinance deals with R-zoned properties only?
Mr. Cooper.
That is correct. Okay. There, in the email that we had from Ms. Logan, their wording kind of left some question as to whether this was for R properties with an alley or any lot over 15,000 square feet. So I just wanted to clarify that.
My reading of the bill is that it is R zone only.
Great.
Okay. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. BL 2014-770 amends the Metro Zoning Code pertaining to two-family dwellings. Councilmember Hunt.
Madam President, open the public hearing, please.
Please raise your hand if you're in support. Thank you. Please raise your hand if you're in opposition. If you're in support and wish to speak, please come to the lectern now.
Good evening again, council members. My name is Brett Withers. I live at 1113 Granada Avenue in Council District 6. Quite a few of our R-zone neighborhoods in particular have received a lot of development lately, and as you well know, and some of that development is great, and some of it really gets neighbors riled up, and particularly with some of the duplexes that have been going up. Sometimes neighbors who don't actually have an objection to the density issue have an objection to the design issue of the way that some of those structures are carried out. And what I like about this bill is that it addresses at least some of those neighbor concerns pertaining to design, and in particular pertaining to ratios that are so alarming to some neighbors sometimes. And so I think that setting clear guidelines for the county will allow the development community and neighbors to reach a little bit more agreement so that we have less discord than we've had recently as we continue to entertain a little bit more density in some of our R-zoned areas. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good
Good evening, council members. My name is Michael Kidder. I'm a developer. I live at 2505 Vaux Lane. I would just like to say I'm a member of ULI, which is Urban Land Institute, and I travel all over the U.S. going to different events. And when a lot of people find out that I'm from Nashville, they're very excited. And one of the biggest questions I get is, what's up with that little thing that you guys build in between your houses? And my answer to that is we're working on trying to get rid of it. And as a developer, this is probably going against the norm to say this, but I think that Nashville drastically needs some control measures in order to cap some of their height and massing that we're dealing with here. And some of the structures that are being built by other developers are so out of context that they're driving neighborhoods to look for other solutions like historic overlays and other things like that in order to try to deal with these problems. I think that this and some of the other things on the agenda tonight are the first step that the planning department is trying to take in order to make sure that the discourse between neighborhoods and developers ceases. So I'd like to ask you to support this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone in opposition wishing to speak, please line up at the lectern now. And please remember, if you are in the chamber, you need to be in a seat.
Hello, I'm Mark Hayes. I'm a property owner in West Nashville, and I have own an office there as well at 751st Avenue North in the Nations neighborhood. I am in favor of allowing detached homes on this amendment. I think buyers do prefer the detached homes. However, I oppose the height restriction of 1.5 times the width based on the front natural grade. I understand the intention is not to build homes that stick out from the rest. However, buyers today want 9-foot ceilings. So if this passes, builders will design flatter roofs that might not fit the rest of the neighborhood just to get 2 stories built. So I just ask for this bill to be amended for to allow for 2-story homes with a standard pitch. One idea would be to get rid of the width based on the natural grade, because as you know, a lot of lots have different grades from front to back. So, but mostly new homes are built with a crawl space. So one idea would just be to measure that based on the finished floor elevation on the first level. That way a plan can be shown when a building permit is pulled, and codes can make a measurement right there on the spot to see if it meets that need. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Bob Potter. I live at 314 Forest Bend. I am a builder and renovator in Nashville. I've built or renovated over 100 homes over the last decade. I've been recognized by the Historic Commission for my work, as well as a champion of the construction of smaller homes. First of all, I'd like to applaud you. There's a lot of positive elements of this ordinance. I won't repeat what Mark said, but the Home Builders Association of Middle Tennessee does feel as though some greater height allowances would be the best approach for an amendment to this bill, beyond just the construction techniques needed to build a 2-story house, a reasonable 2-story house. There's also the fact that Nashville does not have level topography, so many lots may have significant drop from back to front, such that in order to make a calculation of the height, it's more appropriate to start from the first floor of the house, not from the grade on the ground, or it may be impossible to even build, a modest, 1-story house with a proper roof pitch on it. So in consideration of this bill, I would ask that you take a look at potentially amending it to allow possibly reasonable height restrictions up to 30 feet, or to account for the natural grade in the construction of modest 2-story homes with proper roof pitches. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Mary Wester, and I'm an individual. I live at 1717 Nottingham Place. I want to talk personally about myself, and I have a house in East Nashville that is bordered by 1,000 square feet on each side of it, and are 1-story homes with very shallow attics that you can't walk through on those houses. So by doing this, it would prevent me from building a 2-story house on either side of it. it would be just very difficult. It does not allow any exceptions countywide. If I want to put, and the foundation on this house is really awful. It leaks water. It's terrible. I want to tear it down, and I want to build something nice there. I wanted to build a Charleston-style house that maybe you don't like it, but other people coming into Nashville like contemporary. They like Charleston-style houses, and we want to give people an option besides a ranch or a Cape Cod, and this would not allow that. It also does not allow building on the side of a hill. It works going down the hill, but going up the hill, it doesn't work. And by limiting, right now I understand I can build a 3-story house unless I build it on a lot that I can divide into 2 and do a horizontal property regime. Now suddenly you've told me you're going to discriminate against me, even if I have a 100-foot wide lot and I can build 2 houses on that would look fine. You're going to tell me I can limit it to 2 houses on that lot. And think about that. Just think about that. What if you had the Belmead Mansion house and you divided that and had to build 2 houses on that, but because it was an HPR, you're no longer allowed to build more than 2 houses on that. And you can't build 2 10-foot ceilings because you would exceed that 35 feet high. It just doesn't happen. I want you to consider this. And I'm also actually president of the Real Estate Investors of Nashville. I haven't been part of that group very long, but just because I've been as part of this group, I've understood what investors want and what builders want and what the landlords in Nashville have. You realize these people kept the economy and the housing market going when everything was tanking out? One builder at a time, one landlord at a time, one investor who had money to put up when the banks wouldn't put the money up. We kept the renovations going in Cleveland Park and East Nashville. We kept them going in areas of the city that need renovation because those houses are falling apart and codes is issuing letters to these people. Don't stop that. Thank you.
Thank you. Order, please, or we'll have to clear the chamber. Seeing no one else wishing to speak, the public hearing is closed. Councilmember Hunt.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I move for approval with a brief explanation.
Have a motion and a second. Councilman?
You know, I've had a few calls and emails about this particular bill, and so after hearing what was being said, I want to approve this with a amendment on 3rd reading and to keep it open, and hopefully we can do that and try to get some of these questions answered. I think that the people who have problems with the bill, if they'll call me or my office, we'll try to work out some kind of detail, but I'd like to reserve the fact that we can hold it open for amendment to the 3rd reading.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Councilmember Bedney.
I promise it's not a pattern. I just happen to have another question. Will issue of topography will be if the owner of the property has a topography issue, will they be able to go to the Board of Zoning Appeals?
Council member, we will discuss that when it's referred to the committee for get all those questions.
With all due respect, Vice Mayor, the people just asked that question and they're here right now. If you don't mind, it's just one question.
It is against the way we do things, Councilman. But
okay, thank you.
Okay. All in favor, please say aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. BL 2014-771 amends the Metro Zoning Code pertaining to creating a contextual overlay district. Councilmember Hunt.
Madam President, open the public hearing, please.
Please raise your hand if you're in support. Please raise your hand if you're in opposition. Anyone in support wishing to speak, please line up at the lectern.
Good evening again, council members. My name is Brett Withers, 1113 Granada Avenue in Council District 6. I think that this proposal, again, has some common sense things that just make sense to neighborhoods that want to keep, if that is a desire of the neighborhood, to sort of keep things in a similar height pattern, a similar size to the communities that they bought in a long time ago. And what I think is really great about this bill is this is not a county-wide bill. This is a bill that constituents in a particular area would have to agree that that's what they want, and they would have to go through the same processes to apply an overlay. They would have to work with yourselves as council members, and y'all do a great job, I think, with land use. So this is not a county-wide thing. It actually would still be a little bit difficult for neighbors to do that in certain areas, and they would need to be really motivated to do that. So I think having an option that they could do in working with you is a good thing to give. I think it's good to give neighbors and neighborhoods more options, and areas that don't feel that this would benefit them can simply choose not to pursue that type of an overlay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Members of council, once again, Michael Kenner, 2505 Vaux. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. As I'm sure anybody within the UDO knows, there is a horrible disconnect right now between neighborhoods and developers, as I said earlier. One of the things that's happening in neighborhoods is that, for instance, Salem Town, a group of developers went in and we tore down almost 50 houses and built back almost the same amount of structures, but when we did so, we built everything back as a 1,800 square foot, 3-bedroom, 2-bath product. So we created a very sterile socioeconomic class. And the problem is that developers go into neighborhoods and they get comfortable with the norm. And the norm in Belmont, Hillsborough, is a 4-bedroom, 4-bath, 3,000 square feet. The norm in East Nashville is 2,500 to 3,000 square feet. And so you've got these normal price ranges. But what happens is that the people that want to live in these neighborhoods that want, say, a smaller house for $225,000 aren't able to get it because developers become complacent with what they're building. So there needs to be some form of legislation in place that pushes us to create a diverse housing stock, because diversity is what makes Nashville Nashville. And if we don't have socioeconomic diversity in our changing urban neighborhoods, we will not continue to be the city that we are. So I ask you to pass this as long as it's not done on a broad overlay spectrum, as long as it's done very surgically, block by block, and looked at with a very good eye. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone in opposition wishing to speak, please line up at the lectern now.
Hello, my name is Jeremy Lego. I live at 1503 Turner Street. I am a builder developer and I am against this bill. I appreciate trying to maintain neighborhood continuity. However, this bill applies a blanket overlay. The current proposed bill also has no flexibility whatsoever in its guidelines. Currently, neighborhoods have the ability to apply UDOs. Now, some may say this takes too long, but it's still an ability. If planning feels this bill is absolutely necessary, it definitely needs amending. And it should be applied surgically, not in a blanket format. So I'm asking the council not to pass this bill. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is David Baird. I live at 5007 Wyoming Avenue in Sylvan Park. Councilman Hunt, I sent you an email earlier this evening with some calculations based on the present bill. I'm personally asking you to table the bill tonight. I've been in Sylvan Park for almost 20 years. I live in a small 1,000 square foot house. My neighbors, one adjacent house is 956 square foot and the other one is 1215 square feet. The houses across the street from me are 1.5 to 2 story houses, and they have a lot more square footage, and there's some very nice new 2-story, 3,000 square foot houses behind my property. The way that this bill would read, I would only be able to increase my square footage by about 500 square feet, allowing me to have a total house size of about 1,600 square feet. Most of you council members probably live in houses bigger than my 1,000 square feet. And Councilmember Hunt, I noticed that your house is 2,000. So my understanding is that I've been helping the neighborhood for nearly 20 years. I've stuck in the neighborhood, helped the neighborhood. I moved in when it was burglar bars, chain link, and barking dogs. Why I don't deserve to be able to add an addition to my house to be the same size as Councilman Hunt's house, I don't know. It seems like it's a quality of life issue for me personally. I would like to have the same quality of life that you presently have. I noticed that your house is 2,000 square feet. I noticed that you have a 2-car garage. I noticed that you have a very nice deck on the back of your house. Why do not I deserve the same? For me, it's a quality of life issue. The other thing is if this bill passes in my area, in my neighborhood, my property value is going to go down. If this bill passes, I want a tax abatement bill passed. I want my property taxes reduced by the amount that my property value is reduced. I think that every council person here understands that this blanket ordinance doesn't work for the whole neighborhood. I personally would like the same quality of life that most of you have. I deserve that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Rob Cushman. I actually live at 1040 Burnham Drive South in Hendersonville, currently looking to possibly move closer to the city. I'm a developer, currently building 19 homes in Davidson County. A brief example. I've got a property under contract in East Nashville right now, about $100,000, a little more. We have it under contract for $100,000 because we can build 2 homes on it. If there is a zoning that takes that opportunity away from us, because that neighborhood is approximately 1,000 to 1,100 square feet on either side, that house is no longer worth $110,000, $115,000. In our eyes, it's worth more like $50,000 or $60,000 as a rental, and that's what it will remain. Within 3 houses of this current home are 2 new construction homes listed at $430,000. On a strict tax basis, when I see the police officers and the firemen and ladies stand up here.
Sorry, I was trying to compensate for the band.
When I see them stand up here and ask for what I think is well-deserved, I like to take part and be a part of increasing the tax basis in Davidson County and allowing us to give them what we probably all feel they deserve. So I don't necessarily oppose the bill as a whole. Maybe just let's take another look at it. Let's work out something that can work for all of us to increase our density, increase our tax basis, and make the city what it is and what it can be. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Mark Hayes again. I'm shorter. So, yeah, reiterate, this restricts and hurts property values, but this fundamentally is a property rights issue. Certain property rights, not allowing other people to tell you what you can and cannot do, obviously makes it less desirable. This doesn't only affect builders and developers, but homeowners who do want to add on to their property as their family grows or for whatever reason. So if Nashville and Davidson County want to keep our growing families in our county instead of going to other counties surrounding, I would suggest opposing the bill. Thanks.
So, did you give your name and address?
Yeah, Mark Hayes, 751st Avenue.
Good evening, council members. My name is Pete Prosser. I live at 4931 Danby Drive. Councilman Stanley, nice to see you this evening, respected members of the council. As a realtor, one of our primary goals is to defend homeowners and property rights. On numerous occasions at the local level, we are actively involved, and at the national level. I think what we're talking about here is a very critical issue with homeowners and property rights. In addition to that, I think it's going to affect the livelihood of everyone, not just the homeowner, the builders and the developers that buy the properties. The homeowner's value of the property is going to be significantly impacted if you approve this bill. In addition to that, what drives the city? The tax base, tax revenue, and how many people came up here tonight saying approve the budget, needing a raise? Law enforcement, which I have a member of my family who's in law enforcement, they need a raise. EMS and fire, they need a raise. We have Metro Water and Sewer with numerous projects to improve the infrastructure. They need tax revenue. It was alluded that we need an expanding tax base, and we do. And I feel that this is far too important to approve tonight with you council members, because Metro does need the money. There's always been talk of shortfalls. And if we restrict in a significant way what builders and developers can do and take away homeowner values, how are we going to grow our tax base? You're going to tie the hands of the people who want to improve the cities. And we're not against smart growth and good building practices. I think any one of the number of builders back here that are here tonight, they want to contribute to a community, and it's critical to them. And yes, I do work with some of these people in the room, and I have sometimes not had the best reputation representing some of the builders and developers, but we do care about our communities. But I want to come back to the real critical matter. Property rights of the homeowners, their values, and the tax base that we all know is very important to Nashville as a community. I would highly like to encourage you that you not approve this tonight, defer it. I would also ask if there's been any studies commissioned to see the impact of this would have on tax revenue on our city. Nashville wants to continue to grow. I would urge you council members, please defer this. I would also ask that you commission a study. If it takes time, so be it. But I think it's too critical not to have a lot of data and information to support something like this. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Vince Romanelli. I live at 616 Hamilton. I am not coming to talk to you about real estate tax or economic benefits of this bill. I'm here as a self-employed songwriter to make outlandish analogies in the most beautiful way possible. I want to pull at your heartstrings and ultimately sway you to the decision of what I believe and most of the people behind me believe to be correct. The one analogy that resonates to me as a musician and should also resonate to you as people that live in Nashville is the music industry. I compare this bill to the CD, or even worse, the cassette tape. Something that may have worked in the past, can probably still function, but it's inevitably outdated. By revoking this bill, the chamber, you have the ability to be the iPod or the iPhone, the one thing that can drastically change the long-term outcome of not only an industry, but the landscape of a city, our city. I live in the new and upcoming neighborhood, Wedgwood, Houston. I moved there in 2006. Before living in my current neighborhood, I lived in what is now 12 South. So when I stand up here and talk to you about the impact and the benefits of building and investing in neighborhoods, I quite literally have lived through it, and I've seen the benefits of that firsthand. I can empathize with those who ask you to pass this bill. I get it. I appreciate your willingness to write the bill. But with all due respect, it's just not very good. In my notes, I have a smiley face, so that's supposed to be a joke, but it's kind of true as well. If I can ever find a girlfriend that won't break my heart, I'd love to settle down and have a family. I live in a very, very modest 725 square foot home. The homes on each side of me are a very modest 725 square feet. With the limitations imposed in this bill, home modification becomes irrelevant. And with these limitations, if and when I have a family, I'd have to move. Multiply that across an entire city, and this bill forces people out of the city instead of allowing them to build on or to rebuild their homes, all due to an unnecessary bill with unnecessary changes. I politely urge you, the council, to use logic. Look at the countless benefits happening from Nashville's growth through the rebuild and new construction. Henry Ford said, if I asked people what they wanted, they would have said they wanted a faster horse. As a group, you, the council, has the opportunity to be the car, the iPod, the iPhone. I hope you make the correct decision and choose to disapprove this ordinance. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Bob Potter again, 314 Forest Bend. This bill just really scares me. It scares me because it allows a small group of neighbors to potentially hijack a neighborhood and place restrictions on them that may unknowingly affect many of the other homeowners in that block or that street or however it gets applied. I'm gonna let some of the other people talk about some of that. I wanna just take a moment to paint a picture of one neighborhood and how this bill would play out, or this ordinance would play out if it was put into law. Take the Shelby Village neighborhood in East Nashville. These are post-war cottages, poorly at best constructed, meeting none of the current building standards. Most of those houses are 620 square feet. With this in place, if this were to be put in place in that neighborhood, houses could only be built approximately 900 square feet as a replacement for these homes. These homes need to be replaced. When they were built in the 40s and 50s, they were not built to last 100 years. They weren't built to last 50 years, but we're making them last 50 years. But when you put this in place, you're saying all we can do is go back and build 900 square foot houses. Now, I believe I'm uniquely qualified to speak on this because I have built single family homes in Davidson County that are 900 square feet. I may be the only person in this room who has done that, but I have built them, and there is nothing wrong with building that house and having a 900 square foot house. But it's not right for everywhere, and to place limitations on a neighborhood or a block that will have forever-reaching consequences on the development of Nashville and the creation of new homes and the replacement of aging homes is a bad, bad decision. Now, I get where this is coming from. I get the McMansions and the stuff that have been built in Green Hills and whatnot. But this sort of blanket regulation will affect everybody because any neighborhood group can get together and get their council person and try to push this through. Now, 5 people can do it, but 25 homes might be affected by it. There is no language controlling that the way it's written. If this has to be put in place, I would suggest massive, massive rewrites on it. But ideally, I think it should be killed, and we should not have this discussion. We should revert back to the UDOs. If someone wants to put restrictions on a neighborhood, use the tool that's already in the planning toolbox. Do not create another one that we may look back 20 years and say, wow, how could Nashville have made this decision? How could Nashville have put something in place that essentially says we don't want to rebuild 600 square foot post-war cottages with an appropriate style of housing in their place? Thank you.
Thank you.
Chris Melford, 7345 Althorpe Way, realtor, broker owner, Third Coast Real Estate. I think this bill is flat out anti-growth. I think we all know that Nashville is on the verge of becoming a upper echelon city with the amount of data that we've all been seeing about all the people that are coming here. And I think that it was explained to me that this is just another tool in planning's toolbox. I think what we're proposing here is sort of a nuclear warhead when maybe we need a fly swatter, or a little more surgical anyway, as opposed to what's written now. I think that, again, there are already procedures in place to address most of the things that this bill is trying to do. I think it's just, again, Bob touched on this, but I think it's trying to expedite those things where I think in a situation like this, maybe we need some time to think about, changing people's property values and rights. Maybe this isn't something we just ram through and, because of a, most of the time, very vocal minority. I just think that's very anti-growth for this metropolitan area, and I think it should be killed. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
My name is Ken House, 1219 Battlefield Drive. I'm not a developer, I'm not an investor, I'm not a real estate agent. I just finished my PhD and I have moved to Nashville to become a professor at Belmont University starting in August. My wife and I found a nice house, a nice lot in the 12 South Green Hills area. So that I can bike to work, we can work with our expecting kid, our girl coming up in August, and we found an area that looked promising. There's, a little 60s ranches, 1,000 square feet. We want a house that, we found a house that, pay a little bit of money for the lot, and then we could tear down the house and build something that would be nice for our family. Now we come to find out, in the month since we moved here, that we can't build the house that we want to have in this area. I mean, we're not looking for a huge house. I'm a professor. I can't afford anything to these 4,000, 3,000 square foot houses. That's just not me. We just want a little thing for my wife and my expect-to-be daughter so we can be close to campus. And we can't build this now. And I don't know what we can do, because if we try to sell this thing, I don't know who we're going to sell it to at the price we bought it for, and I don't know where we're going to live in the area where I can bike to work. We can be near Sevier Park. We can work with all the amenities around us. So please allow us to build what we want to build. I understand restrictions are needed in certain areas, but not to this level. These are just we can't live and build what we want to have in our area and still be a part of the community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, my name is Dari Bolton, and I live at 320 Old Hickory Boulevard, Unit 701. I'm definitely speaking out in disapproval of this. Nashville is growing so rapidly. I'm a realtor here in town. I've been doing real estate full-time for 8 years. You guys probably have received emails from me. And I really want to focus on the fact that we have about 1 million people moving here in the next 10 years, 400,000 of which are going to be in Davidson County. And to put the halt on the growth in Davidson County, the county that's going to be receiving the most influx of people moving here, is a really, really, really bad idea. We have people that are demanding 3 bedrooms, 2 baths for homes, when the whole entire street is 2 bedrooms, 1 bath, and you need to be able to develop a home that fits your buyer and that fits your market and fits what these people need. This is not necessarily just about the builders and about the developers. It's about grandma who now can't get up her front steps, who needs to build an addition off the back of her house, and she can't, because she can't do that based on where she is with her neighbors next to her. If she's chained to her neighbors, she can't build onto the back of her house to be able to get into her very own home. Or if that home gets passed down to me and I decide I want to move in there and I want to live there, and it's my family that I want to grow in this house, and this house is a big family house, I can't develop that house based on how this bill is written. So I really do strongly urge the council to disapprove this bill and withdraw it completely going forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Troy Kinsel. I live at 1425 Inglewood Circle North in Inglewood, and I would like to express my vehement opposition to this ordinance as well. I am a property owner and a landlord in this area, and I believe that there are already tools in place that cover the issues that this bill is meant to address. Essentially, the SP, the UDO, and the planned unit development tools do these things already on a case-by-case basis within the neighborhoods. I believe that this proposed ordinance imposes one set of standards across the board, and there's no way to really do that in a situation like this. So, in conclusion, I would ask you to oppose this ordinance with no further consideration. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Jennifer Bell. I'm at 1500 4th Avenue North, 37208. Just want to speak briefly. I too am opposed to this bill. I want to talk about how Nashville is growing. Oftentimes Nashville is compared to Atlanta. It's compared to Austin, Texas. Our mayor has been coined for comparing Nashville to Austin, Texas. We are huge on encouraging growth of a city, but yet this ordinance discourages the growth of the city. There's three main topics you're going to hear from the folks tonight. The first one's going to be density. I'm not going to talk about density because we all know how fast and rapidly Nashville and the surrounding counties are growing. We talk about economic growth. We all know that we're growing. We know that big business wants to come to Nashville. That brings people here. We know that our industry is growing. We know that we are developing our entertainment. We already know that. But what I am going to talk to you about is change. Once upon a time, I was a history teacher, so I like to talk about history. So let's talk about history lesson. 1920s, we built small houses. We built them with plaster walls. Why did we do that? We did that so that we could insulate. In the 1950s, we started adding closets. Why? Because women wanted that. Okay, in the 1980s, we started adding brass. Don't ask me why. Still haven't figured out why we did that. But we did. And now it's 2014. And what do people want? They want a neighborhood that they can invest in. They want a community that they can invest in. They want a home that they can grow their family in. I'm a Nashville native, born and raised. I was Baptist Hospital in 1981. I lived in the same home since I was 4 years old with my family. Our family kept us there. We had one bathroom. The only way that we were able to remain there is by growth. So what do? We grow our home because that was what we could afford to do. So we grew our home so that we could stay in that home. In 2014, people want to buy a home that they can grow and that they can stay in. So we want to prevent that from happening. No, we don't want to do that to our homeowners because they're investing in their community, they're giving back to their community. But if you're telling them they don't have the right to grow a family in that community, they're going to move on to another community. Also, we have to look at it from a development standpoint. Nashville is booming. What do people want? They want a contemporary home. They want the craftsman home. They want the 3-2. As a realtor, I get emails every day. Ha, 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 who has a 3-2 in East Nashville? It's because no one does. So do we want to prevent that from happening? We don't want to prevent that from happening because that's the direction our city's going. We don't want to prevent it because we encourage change. And the last point I'm going to make is a point made earlier this evening in terms of how developers are preventing economic diversity within a community. Well, then I would like to live in Belmead. And if someone can build me a $200,000 home, I can live in Belmead. What are the people of Belmead going to say about that? Let's switch roles. Be mindful. The reason why our communities are the way they are is because of growth, and that's how the communities develop and that's how they remain. Thank you. Please oppose this bill.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Ryan Stackhouse. I live at 1512 Meridian Street near Cleveland Park in East Nashville. I feel like many viewpoints have been expressed tonight, and I agree with all of them. I'm in opposition of this. And for the main reason, I'm getting married this year and I'm going to start a family. I live in a 1,250 square foot home in East Nashville. I would like to grow my family over there. I feel like East Nashville is changing quickly and I feel like it will support a family. And I would like to not have restrictions on how much I can build onto my home and have, multiple kids in that house and not have to move somewhere else. So. Again, I am opposed to this, and I would appreciate you opposing this as well.
Thank you.
Good evening, Angie Dowler, 320 Old Hickory Boulevard. I'm not going to give you a long speech. You guys have heard very passionate opinions about this, and I agree with their opinion. I oppose this bill. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Jason Dodge, 3218 Toddway Court. I oppose this bill. I grew up in Portland, Oregon, and when I moved here in 2000, one of the biggest things I saw in the newspaper was the desire of Nashville to be like Portland. And that is what has kept me here, and this bill will severely hamper that effect, not allowing the density and pushing it to the urban sprawl, which we all know is a bad thing. 2, I do believe that there are too many holes in this bill. There's no way to define who is going to say exactly, are we going to send out surveyors to judge the amount of square foot on the houses next to it, or is it going to be just in the codes department? Who on the neighborhood can somebody else that doesn't even live on that street start up an amendment to try and get this thing passed because they want the entire area of East Nashville to be preserved in the way that they want it. 3, I would have a difficult time agreeing with our other builder developer. I have built 12 homes in the last 2 years, all under $250,000. So It can be done, it is being done, and they were all 3-bedroom, 2-bath, or 2.5 bath, all of which would not have been able to be built with this bill in place. So thank you. I ask that you oppose this bill.
Thank you. Again, I'm Mary Wester, and I am president of the Real Estate Investors of Nashville, RAN, which is over 450 people strong in Davidson County and some of the surrounding counties. I'm not going to repeat what they said, but I gave you the example of a house that I individually have over in East Nashville that needs to come down because the foundation is bad and it leaks. We've surveyed what people want. They want a 3-bedroom, 2.5 bath, or a 3-bedroom, 3-bath. This would prevent me from doing that. You say, well, you know, you don't want it to go high, but stormwater doesn't want us to go wide. Duh, what do I do? You know, you want to keep as much green space around your house as possible, but the only way to do that is to go up. And with flooding issues in Nashville, you definitely want to consider going up. Secondly, if you think about East Nashville, the character of East Nashville was 4 square houses. And this I read in a history of Nashville and East Nashville. Big 4 square houses, Victorians, huge houses, next to little bitty tiny bungalows. That's what I lived in home in Iowa, where I came from. We had the 2nd biggest house in LaPorte City, Iowa, 2,000 people, and everything around us was very, very little. It's just because our house had been built by the banker. His wife had made him move next door, build her a nice house, and abandon the little, tiny little farmhouse that was dilapidated and falling apart. But that's what people like about East Nashville, that great big house next to that little one. This bill desires everything to be homogeneous. East Nashville wasn't homogeneous in the very beginning, but you're making it homogeneous, but with this bill. Nobody's talked about garages being on the front. Yeah, I don't like garages on the front of a house, but some lots are only that wide. The only way you can access them is with a garage on the front. It takes some architects to do some great designs so they don't just put this nasty vinyl thing on the front. And I've seen a great design, and I can pass it on to you. You can make a design where the garage is too wide on the front, you have a pass-through and a walkway to the house has its own individual front, and you have a garden and you have this look. It's wonderful. And what concerns me is that there's some houses or some blocks that are only about 4 or 5 people on a block. 3 people could vote 2 people out on that street, on that block. 2 people want to maintain the property rights. 3 people want to keep ranch houses in Bellevue or ranch houses in Westmead exactly alike. But down the block, somebody's taken a ranch house and put a 2nd story on it, and you wouldn't know it wasn't original. And they're beautiful. They're gorgeous. This bill prevents that from happening if 3 out of the 5 people on my block that I would own say, sorry. Thank you. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Sheila Tidwell, and I live at 108 Blue Hills Court. I was born in Nashville in the 60s. The neighborhood that Mr. Potter spoke about, that was my neighborhood for years and years. And thankfully, back then, there was no ordinance like this to prevent my family from building onto that home so that we could stay in that neighborhood longer. I'm grateful for that. I have wonderful memories of that area in the 60s and 70s. It's ironic that earlier you honored Stroke Victim Month. I'm not sure of the terminology for that, or that you were recognizing it. A year ago, my life partner of 27 years, her mother had a stroke. And so what we were forced to do was move her in with us. And it wasn't a forced act, it was out of love. That was our choice, and that's what we chose to do. But in order to do that, we had to find a home that would accommodate us, and we began our search last year. We finally found it in Donaldson in October, but we had to add on to it. We had to modify it. And if this ordinance passed, we would not have been allowed to do that. All of us are going to have this problem at some day. Our parents are going to, they're aging. So in order to do that, we had to accommodate a place for her, a place for us, and a place for our office. So it did require quite a build on. Thankfully, all of our neighbors love us. It's tastefully done, and we've been welcomed into the neighborhood, and we love it there. So I do oppose this, and if nothing else, if you could just modify it. As it's written, I don't think it's very friendly for our future growth. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening, I'm Cher Powers, and I live at 112 Vandiver Drive. I'm a realtor, I am a coach of renovators, I'm a renovator, I'm a homeowner, I am a landlord, and I am opposed to this bill as it's written. I do understand the need for conscious growth. I understand the need to be conservative about protecting neighborhoods, and I'm not opposed to that. What I am opposed to is one-size-fits-all thinking and forcing a neighborhood that has already been diminished by the number of small homes, and we've seen this in Sylvan Park. We saw that grow. Sylvan Heights has now grown because they have small cottages next to larger four-square homes. We have brand new, very expensive, modern homes next to cottages. They all live very well and play very well together. West Nashville is seeing, especially, it was called Nations, now we're working on calling it Historic West Town, but that neighborhood is seeing an incredible amount of revitalization because of the effort to create a variety of homes and styles. Another place that I think is really a great example is Woodbine. It's seeing a lot of great growth as well. I sat on the Retrofitting Suburbia Council for Nashville Next, which took 12 neighborhoods, malls, areas that were seeing a loss of basically urban blight, and these students who were brought in with Nashville, our planning department, they actually worked through designs that included live, work, play, and one of their challenges was to provide housing in a variety of sizes to meet affordable housing needs, all the way up to people who were maybe buying their very last home and needed to have their master on the main floor, single family detached. So there were actually designs that had 2 stories of living above a retail, a small entry-level business that people could live above their own business and have a shop or a restaurant or whatever their dream was in an affordable lifestyle. But with the way this is written, those 3 stories couldn't exist. So I really would like to ask you to reconsider how this bill is written, and understanding that we want to protect and preserve what we have, but we don't want to deny that we are a growing community and that there are a variety of people who have needs, and some of those needs may require growing up, growing more dense, and creating livable, walkable areas. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
My name is Josh Morant. I live at 213 Scott Avenue in East Nashville, and I've recently moved out there in the last year with my wife, and without any children. I actually live in an attached horizontal property regime, which was the most affordable thing that we could find for us to move into as a small family. We've recently found out we have a child on the way, and we started thinking, okay, well, we're going to grow out of this place soon. So we purchased a rental property not far from our house in order to develop that into a single-family home. And if this bill goes through, it could drastically affect what we can develop and force us out of the neighborhood, which we love. And we asked, my wife and I, she's not here, but she asked me to urge you guys to at least defer it so we can continue the dialogue, because we would hate to be forced out of the neighborhood and end up, in a different county. So thank you for hearing me. I appreciate it. Thanks.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Ronnie Booth. I live at 2000 8th Avenue South. There's not much that I could say that hasn't already been said, but I do just want to say one thing. During the Nashville Next series, there was a speaker named Paris Glendading who spoke about the smart growth and the importance of smart growth. I'm sure we've all heard the figure of over 1 million more people coming to Nashville, but since those figures were originally done, we've actually started to trend higher than originally projected. If that growth continues, we will exceed the original projection of that 1 million people. The Shelby Village area is a perfect example because a 900 square foot house is not going to be sufficient for most families. And it is imperative that we are able to meet this demand. We know it's coming, and we have to be ready for it and be able to meet it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Ethan Nicodemus. I live at 715 Porter Road. Just kind of wanted to reiterate something that Councilmember Scott Davis said earlier, and that is change is hard. And just wanted to say, as far as development goes, I'm pro-development. I'm not always crazy about everything that I see in the streets, just probably like most people. But when it comes down to it, I'm pro-development, pro-Nashville, pro-town-to-sea growth. According to some statistics that were done by the National Association of Realtors and the Bureau of Economic Analysis, the real estate industry accounted for $37 million, or 13.5% of the gross state product in 2012. Of course, from that, the median home sale price was $129,000, and from that, an income derived from each sale was $40,000. Of course, that's going to go back into the community. I just want to say that I oppose this bill, and that I just ask you to also oppose it and to support a stronger Nashville and support the growth. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, council members. My name is Josh Randolph, and I live at 1628 Shelby Avenue. And I just, as an employee of a developer here in Nashville, I want to first thank all of the builders and real estate agents and homeowners that have come out tonight to oppose this bill. I think it's a great testament to our city. These are the people who've helped to make the city grow and be the city that it is right now. And their voice, I think, means a lot for this bill. And from talking to planning over the last couple weeks, it seems as though the source of this bill comes from a lack of staff, and a lack of funding, and a lack of time in order to prepare UDOs, a tool that's already in place, as you guys know. But I don't think that this tool is the solution for that. And so I do ask that you would oppose it. And I thank you all for your time and listening to everybody's speeches tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no one else wishing to speak, the public hearing is closed. Councilmember Hunt.
Thank you, Madam President. First, I want to say that I really appreciate all the people taking the time to come down and express their ideas and feelings concerning this bill. There's been some meaningful conversations, and I understand what has been said. Before I go any further, I'd like to ask if I could get the planning to express or explain the applied concept or how this is implemented, that it can't be implemented, it won't be implemented unless the group in the community applies it. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes, Councilman. This bill doesn't apply to any area in Davidson County. It is simply a tool that the council could then use to apply over an area. If the council chose to put it over, half a block, an area, it would be up to the council member to then bring forward legislation that would identify the area that would be covered by this, by the overlay. And then it would apply to that area if that legislation passed. So we're simply trying to present to the council another tool to address the concerns that I think this council has heard throughout Davidson County as infill has occurred in neighborhoods, in the existing neighborhoods. We have heard an outcry from the people who live in those neighborhoods to have infill match what's there. And so we simply tried to put together a tool that the council could then use in the future and place on different areas within their districts.
Is that applying for renovations as well?
These restrictions would, yes, they would apply to additions as well as new development.
Okay, thank you. After hearing all this, the conversation, what I'm inclined to do, what I would want to do, is to defer this bill for 2 meetings, because I've met with some of the developers previously, and I want to get an opportunity to get with the bunch again, or the people again, to try and see if that bill could be tweaked, adjust, or amend, to see if it could satisfy the people's concern, and then we'll go from there. So I would move for a 2-meeting deferral.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. BL 2014-772 amends the Metro Zoning Code to modify the conditions pertaining to lot size, setbacks, street standard landscaping, and hours of operation of construction, demolition, landfills, and recycling facilities. Councilmember Tiger.
At the risk of drawing a grimace from you, Vice Mayor, but on behalf of your employer, I would say go Doors, and move that this bill be deferred to the July public hearing.
We have a motion and a second to defer. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. BL 2014-773 changes 1.04 acres from CF to ORI to NORI to SP zoning for properties located at 1, 7, 9, and 11 Music Square West to permit a mixed-use development. Councilmember Gilmore.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Move to open the public hearing.
Please raise your hand if you're in support. Thank you. Please raise your hand if you're in opposition. Anyone in support wishing to speak, please come to the lectern.
Members of the council, my name is Tom. Okay. Thank you. Vice Mayor, neighbors, members of the council, my name is Tom White. I live at 36 Old Club Court. I represent the applicant in this particular case. At the front end, I want to thank Council Lady Gilmore for the time that she's given on this particular bill. She's had a number of neighborhood meetings and a great number of significant contacts by phone with a lot of people that are constituents. This is a bill that was approved unanimously by the Planning Commission, and I would ask you to approve it this evening. This site's been called the Virgin Hotel site. There's been a lot of publicity about it, but the key thing here from a planning perspective is this. The Planning Commission staff recommended it, and the Planning Commission approved it for basically 3 reasons. The first one is it's consistent with the policy. There was no dispute about that. The second is there are 3 zoning categories on these 4 parcels right now. It consolidates all of those into one zoning category. Finally, it was the laudatory goal of building up and not out in that particular part of the community. It's the 17th and Division, where they're clearly advocating as they should be building up and not out. Finally, I would commit to you that my clients met with a number of the neighbors, as we have several hours this afternoon. We don't know of any significant opposition. It may not be unanimous, but we don't know of significant opposition. The next thing I'll tell you is that the developer here is Chase Development. They've got an incredible reputation here in this town on other projects. They'll do it with this project. They'll see it through. I'd ask to consider approving this matter tonight. We do commit we'll continue to meet with people on any basis. Thank you for your courtesies. We urge you to approve it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. David Chase, the developer for this project. I'm local Nashvilleian. We've been in town in this business for a long time. We were hired by MDHA to do the Frisk Center. We rebuilt Opryland Hotel after the flood. So we're very conscientious of the neighborhood, Midtown, Music Row. So appreciate passing this bill.
Thank you. Opposition, please come to the lectern.
Terry Bear, 323 Forest Park. Right now is the Country Music Festival. It's interesting that you would have a public hearing for something on Music Square during the time when the people who would be most affected by something on Music Row are probably working 40-hour days at this time trying to accommodate all the requests for their services during this week. It's just kind of I don't know. I mean, I thought that was why people supposedly are coming to this city, is because they appreciate the music that's here. that part does not make sense to me at all unless if you were trying to have this public hearing where people in the music community who work on Music Row could come here, it shouldn't be on this week where they are so busy. And there's plenty of people that are frustrated with some of the development that's gone on in Music Square. In that area, a lot of them have not understood what has been going on. They are out on the road months and months and months at a time. Sometimes they're on cruises for 13 to 14 months, come home and find out the place that they've rented for 20 years is in a dumpster because nobody was there to see the notice that said that they were evicted, and they had no reason to believe that their places were going to go because they were paying their rent. They were doing what they were supposed to be doing. The whole idea of trying to change the character of Music Row, put all these different things down there, turn it into something other than what it's supposed to be. I mean, the beauty of it is that it is a mix of commercial and residents, and residents that have working areas in them is what makes it beautiful. And I think this somehow, the edge of Music Row, the Demonbreun area there, has kind of come into being something other than what people really expect. What I came to Nashville to see, what I wish and hope that people, when they come to Nashville, see the beautiful mix of things that are going on Music Row, the history of it, why it's in a residential neighborhood, and how the eclectic buildings have gone together. And it's not going to be like that for the people in the future if this kind of project is put up. And please defer this and have another public hearing when people in the music industry know about it and can come here.
Public hearing is closed. Councilmember Gilmore.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I move for approval with a brief comment.
Have a motion and a second.
Thank you. I would just like to say a community meeting was held on May the 15th at 6 p.m. at the Belmont United Methodist Church. Quite a few people were in attendance, and there was no significant opposition. So with that, I ask for approval.
All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. BL 2014-776 amends the Metro Zoning Code to create the Music City Cultural Heritage Overlay District to 17.22 acres for property located on Broadway, 2nd Avenue North, and Printers Alley. Councilmember Gilmore.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Move to open the public hearing.
Please raise your hand if you're in support. Thank you. Please raise your hand if you're in opposition. Those in support wishing to speak, please line up at the lectern.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Terry Clements. I live at 3518 Central Avenue. I work for the Convention and Visitors Corporation. I'm one of the few people you will hear on this issue that doesn't have a vested interest in it financially, other than we work for the city. We have a contract with Metro to promote the brand of Nashville, to bring visitors here to spend money, and in fact, the noise that we're hearing outside right now is the sound of money being spent. More than 12 million people came here last year, and they came because Nashville is such a unique place. You cannot find what we have anywhere else in this country, if not anywhere else in the world. A quick history, 42 years ago I started in the business. I ran Gray Line tours down on the corner of 5th and Broadway. It was okay at first and then became horrendous. It was adult streetwalkers, it was adult businesses, and then it ruined the business. During my career, I've seen many parts of town that have come and gone. Dickerson Road was very hot before the interstates were built, and then the visitors abandoned it. They then went to the Music Row area, and then visitors abandoned it. And then they went to the Music Valley Drive area, and visitors somewhat abandoned it. They now are downtown, and they're downtown because of the smart investments you all have made and some of the laws that you've passed in some of the past councils that have nudged things in the right direction for this premier destination. This bill is not designed to stop any business in particular. This bill is designed to let any business comes in that is willing to add to the unique character of our city and what we have. It is 9 blocks. It is 0.79 acres out of 2,100 acres of downtown. We look at this as the equivalent of a homeowners association telling the people trying to move in that this is the way we live in this association and we want you to live like this. We've recently seen a study that the taxes per square foot from this area on a combined basis between alcohol taxes and property taxes are higher than anywhere else in the city of Nashville. And that's as a result of that investment that has been made. We would like you to consider this bill tonight. We'd like for you to pass it. We know there's some work that needs to be done to it. We intend to do that before third reading, but we think it's well on the way to protecting something that is incredibly valuable to this community and is unlike any other anywhere in the world.
Thank you.
Madam Vice Mayor, members of the council, my name is Sean Henry, 315 Dedrick Street. My law partner and I are representing the Convention and Visitors Corporation here in this matter. This bill, as Terry just said, covers less than 1% of our downtown area, our 2,000 acres downtown. It only applies to properties that front with physical access onto Printers Alley, First Avenue, Second Avenue, and Broadway. And it only applies to their first floor area. So we're talking about a very limited amount of square footage that is affected by it. In 2009, the Planning Commission adopted the Downtown Community Plan, and it identified this area, this entertainment district, as the cultural heart and the historic area of downtown. And we've got the historic protection covered. We have historic zoning overlay in place on much of this area, but we do not have protection, zoning protection, for the cultural heritage of what is being offered downtown. Years ago, this community made a very smart investment in branding itself as Music City. You've heard multiple references to that this evening. We've got concerts going on outside right now and all weekend. It's critical in the history of Nashville at this time, given that we are on such a national and international trajectory of popularity, to think about what we have that has made us special and made our downtown so special and so desirable, and to figure out how we protect that and enhance that experience. I don't think anyone can disagree that the spirit and intent of this ordinance is intending to do that. We acknowledge there's going to need to be some revisions to it, some adjustments made to it, and there's a significant number of property owners here who are going to speak with you in support of this bill. So we're asking that you approve this tonight, close the public hearing, approve it on second reading, and it'll be back before third reading, and we'll have more comments about it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Tom Turner, the President and CEO of the Nashville Downtown Partnership. In 2007, the Downtown Partnership commissioned a comprehensive retail strategy and implementation plan for downtown. It was done by Downtown Works, which is a division of Economics Research Associates, and the partnership hired a retail recruiter in 2008 to implement that plan. In 2012, in conjunction with the strategic master plan for south of Broadway, Downtown Works updated the 2007 retail strategy, and again, they specifically referenced the optimal merchandising mix for Broadway, Second Avenue, and Printers Alley. In 2007 and 12, the Downtown Nashville retail strategy recommended food service, food and beverage, entertainment uses for those areas. The merchandise plan also included creative, music, artistic-related retail, instrument shops, music stores, and other uses uniquely Nashville. Lower Broadway has a distinctive identity recognized by visitors from all over the world. These few blocks, more than any other in Nashville, embody what makes this Music City. The appeal of Lower Broadway, Second Avenue, and Printers Alley is based on authenticity. If the retail mix is altered, the well-established character of these streets will be lost. And this overlay is designed to protect the cultural heritage of this unique area. And accordingly, the Nashville Downtown Partnership supports the cultural heritage overlay, and we thank you for your thoughtful consideration.
Thank you.
Thank you all, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Brenda Sanderson. I live at 415 Church Street downtown, and as many of you know already, my husband and I own several businesses down on Lower Broadway. And also, I wanted to apologize for my casual appearance this evening. The city invited about 50,000 of our closest friends, and they all happened to show up tonight. And so I've got to get back down there and do what we do best, which is show these folks a unique experience. They can go to any city, anywhere, and they can go shopping, whether it's a Walgreens, or they can go to McDonald's, or they can go to a Walmart or wherever, but they can't come to a city like this and experience the true culture of what we've all built and worked for downtown. I've got other folks here, Layla from the Bluegrass Inn, Jesse Lee Jones from Robert's Western World. And I can keep on naming them. We're just people who were down here when it wasn't popular to be here. Now everybody kind of wants a piece of this pie that a lot of us have helped to create. And we open our arms to them. We're not saying they can't be a part of downtown Nashville, but let's keep this strip that we're talking about, these few buildings on these streets. We're talking about a lower level and buildings on these very few blocks. Let's do what we have to do to keep these secured in the kind of businesses that are there now, and keep our visitors in this city experiencing what we know Nashville is, and doing what we do best. Because they keep coming back. They love what they see here. That's why they come here. They come here because it's different and unique. Let's protect it. Please vote for the overlay. There's a lot of us that really, from the bottom of our hearts, want this area preserved. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Rhonda Marco, and I live in the Encore building at 301 Demonbreun. For 20 years, I've owned and operated Destination Nashville, Nashville's largest destination management company. As a DMC, we work with meeting planners to provide events, tours, transportation, and team building to groups meeting in Nashville. I truly believe that there are two types of people in this world. There are those people who love Nashville, and there are those people who have never been. I well remember, but it hasn't always been that way. I remember when our downtown area was not desirable. Not only would I have not considered living downtown, but we never produced any of our events downtown. Presently, although while in Nashville our guests want to experience all of the great things that the city has to offer, our downtown has become the Nashville brand. And it's clearly the draw that convinces our meeting planner clients to choose Nashville as the destination for their meetings. Our visitors love the entertainment, they appreciate the taste of Nashville, and they enjoy the music. We have a destination like no other, and everyone loves it. This is a good time, ladies and gentlemen, to be Nashville. The delegates that enjoy themselves here tonight are likely to come back with their families and are certain to tell their friends. I urge you to help us ensure the unique culture we have developed and vote not to sabotage the sustainability of the Nashville brand. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Henry Hicks. I live at 120 Brighton Close in 37205. I am the CEO of the National Museum of African American Music. I am also one of the partners and owners of Gray Line of Tennessee. So I speak from personal experience, as several of the others have, about the 50,000 people who are in town this week to celebrate and have a good time with us here in Nashville. And they're here specifically to enjoy our downtown sector. And as we prepare to bring the National Museum of African American Music online, we look forward to bringing even more people here to Nashville who want to have a unique experience in our city. So a part of that has to do with protecting our culture, and that has to do with protecting our downtown. So I urge you today to be supportive and vote in favor of Ordinance 776. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Barrett Hobbs. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to all of y'all today. I'm coming to you from two sides of the city. My family was instrumental in developing the Music Valley area at one time across from the great Opryland theme park. Many of you were here then and have seen the struggles in Councilman Claybird's district on us trying to recover from what one corporation can do to an area when they pack up and leave. Those of you that have been in Nashville for a long period of time or have long memories can remember the 50s, 60s, and 70s of what Broadway was. It was controlled by regional and national chains for the most part. What happened is they economically made decisions to move off of Broadway, and it wasn't national chains or regional chains that brought us back. And these folks that have been out here singing tonight aren't here to see a McDonald's or anything else that they can see in every other town, as many people have stated. They're here to see Nashville. Many of the television shows, whether it's Monday Night Football or our own Nashville program, showcase the street. The streets are character, and they're invaluable. We can't replace this in Green Hills or in Music Valley or anywhere else in the city. It's a very small section that if we don't protect it and we just crack the door, then we'll become Music City, USA anywhere. You won't know that you're shooting a video on a street that everyone can recognize Jack's Barbecue, or that Brenda Sanderson and her family and Steve Smith and those folks that were down here, you know, when nobody else was here, it wasn't big chains that rebuilt it. It was local Nashvillians that have given me an opportunity to shift from an area that was left behind by a large corporation and to adjust to where the tourism has gone to. So I really hope that you will help us. You know, it's up to you guys. We can only ask for y'all to pass it on through tonight, give us a chance to work with Council Lady Gilmore on tweaking it to where we're not, you know, leaving anyone out, but everyone will fit in. There have been a lot of mentions I heard, like at the Planning Commission, that, oh, well, if we did this, Hard Rock wouldn't come. If you really read the language, pretty much anyone, or not pretty much, everyone that's there would be grandfathered to stay, do what they want to with their property, or if they fit in on the street from a music component that all of these folks are here to hear, you know, would be welcome. So I really wish you'll help us push this through tonight, give us a chance to tweak it, and I think it'll guarantee continued success in our city. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilman, my name is Terry Krotzer. I grew up in Donaldson also. I've lived all over the world, native Nashvillian, but this is where I came back to. People from all over the world come to Nashville because it's local feel and color. Local culture is what built what we have today. Local musicians, country music. That's why they come down here. I've got 4 establishments downtown that are entertainment establishments, honky tonks I'm partnered in. That's what they come for. They come down to have a good time, and we want to let them have a good time and experience an authentic and real Nashville feel. I urge you to vote yes on this. Protect what we have and keep it the Nashville that it is today and can be tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you.
Vice Chair and members of the council, my name is Jack Cawthon, and I have Jack's Barbecue on Lower Broad, and I'm a property owner as well. And I don't believe the word's been used tonight, backdrop. Would that be a good name for, I mean, a good analogy of what we're talking about is the backdrop of Nashville. It's seen all over the world. And you've heard from these families that that built that. It wasn't corporate America. It was Nashville families that pay property taxes here and run a business, and they're down there every day. And do we want to change that? You know, it's why we're doing so well this week, because of the foresight of, we didn't have a business plan. These families didn't have a business plan of how they put all this together. It just happened. It evolved, and it needs to be protected because I think it's the future of Nashville. Please support this bill. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Dave Berryman, 404 Vedas Court, Old Hickory, Tennessee. I've lived in Nashville now for 28 years, and during the day I'm president of Gibson Guitar, and in the evening I spend a lot of time on Lower Broadway, 2nd Avenue and Printers Alley, entertaining our customers from around the world. We have approximately 60% of our sales outside the United States, and I spend a lot of time traveling to these areas. Invariably, the people want to come to our factories, see the product being made. But most importantly, they want to come to Music City because they've heard about Music City, they heard about the honky-tonks, so they really want to spend some time down in Lower Broad and really experience what Nashville has to offer that's so unique from the rest of the world. Folks, it's so special. It's what I would call our secret sauce. That's why people want to come to Nashville. They want to experience this. And I totally agree with this bill. I think it's the right thing to do to preserve what we have. It's our heritage. And we have to be true to our heritage, just like our company is true to our brand. That's why people want it. And that's what we have to be concerned about here, so I urge you to support this bill. Thank you.
Thank you.
Phil Martin, 220 Printers Alley. Vice Mayor, Council, very much want your help and support to preserve Nashville. Printers Alley is a very special part, 2nd and Broadway, and we need your help and support. The bill could use a little tweaking. I think that you all know that and can make that all happen. But please, give us some careful consideration, and we need to preserve Nashville. Thank you.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor, neighbor, members of the council, my name is Tom White. I live at 36 Old Club Court. At the front end, I want to again thank Council Lady Gilmore for the time she's given on this bill, and I think you can tell by the number of people here and the number of contacts perhaps that you have had, it's been a great deal of time. We've appreciated that. Nobody can question the laudatory nature and intent behind this bill. There's nobody that can question that. With respect to basically how we got here, I want to mention some procedural issues. We appeared before the Planning Commission on May 22. At that time, there was an absolute clear commitment by all the people that did speak here tonight, that spoke there, and by our client, that they were interested in the public input on this bill. Made it very clear that there would be a public hearing on June 3rd, announced that before that Planning Commission, during the Planning Commission, and we reaffirmed tonight. The goals are basically this. The client made the commitment, as did these business and property owners down there, that they wanted the public hearing and response. There were only 3 people that came to the Planning Commission that spoke in opposition. There were a significant number of people that were there in support. With that said, the commitment was basically to get the input tonight. Secondly, to continue to meet with all stakeholders. There's been a commitment to meet with anybody and everybody. We've done that since this bill was first thought about. We continue to make that commitment. The third commitment is that we are asking that the bill will be sent back to the Planning Commission and heard again there. We made that commitment when we appeared before the Planning Commission. We understood there were some issues that still needed to be talked about and said we want to come back to the Planning Commission. That's the way we address them. The fourth issue that I just have to address with you as basically a legal issue is this. Every single operation down there in the area we're talking about, every single one is legally grandfathered in. No debate, no issue. No lawyer can stand before you and tell you every single use that's mentioned is grandfathered in. So the question is, can you come up with some items that you might ask new occupants down there to adhere to, which might enhance the Nashville brand? It's a pretty easy question. Of course you would. The question is, what are those items to be? I don't know. That's what we intend to do with vetting the process. But you can't say that it would be an incorrect conclusion that everybody down there is legally grandfathered in, period. Secondly, if you're going to ask for something to be contributed by those that are going to come to that area, why wouldn't you ask for something that would help and encourage the Nashville brand? Exactly what is that specificity? We don't know yet, but we continue to vet it. That's the laudatory purpose of the bill. We're urging you to move forward, close the public hearing tonight, pass the bill on second. We've also committed at Council Lady Gilmore's discretion, let the bill come back before the council when she thinks it's appropriate. If that's 2 meetings, if it's 4 meetings, whatever it is, we're committed to see this through because it's in the best interest of Nashville to make it happen. Thank you for your courtesies.
Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Brian Alexander from 519C Whitlow Mountain. I came here for a slightly different purpose today, but this caught my attention being in here. I'm a musician, a model, an entrepreneur, and a street performer. And I love the culture of downtown. And I would hate to see, you know, things like a McDonald's or whatever pop up in there. And I can see how that would definitely ruin that. Along the lines with this, I was helping some girls move a house, and so I missed the open call, I guess, that you guys have for people to sign up. So I'll quickly say, this week there's been some things going on talking along the lines of preservation with police officers trying to enforce laws downtown that aren't existent, and bear with me here. Things like saying no more saxophones are allowed downtown and Broadway. No drums, no sort of amplification, and there are clearly laws that protect this. And so I know this isn't the time or place exactly to do this, but it greatly alters the culture of downtown. And I ask that, I mean, whoever would like to speak about this afterwards, I'll be here. And this is CMA week and Fest week, and so this is a really big time for all of us street performers, so thank you very much.
Those in opposition, please line up at the lectern.
It's very tall. Good evening, Madam Vice Mayor, members of the council. James Weaver, 511 Union Street with Waller Lanston. I'm here tonight in respectful opposition to 773 in its current form on behalf of Butler Run LLC. Landowners and residents of the historic district that's covered by this ordinance. I understand that the sponsor will defer at some point tonight to allow planning to redraft the bill in a way that attempts to recognize the rights of landowners and that allows the continued thoughtful redevelopment of our historic district. Our clients are willing to work with the sponsor and look forward to seeing a new draft of the bill that's clear as to what is regulated, the aesthetic, the look, the feel, the grittiness of our historic district, and hopefully what's not regulated, what is sold and who sells it. In the end, the historic district is not, has not, and never will be a static thing, frozen in time in 1958 with Hank Sr. stumbling between the Ryman and Tootsie's. It has changed. It will continue to change over time. It's not if, but how. Again, our clients look forward to continuing this process with the sponsor, working with planning, looking at a new bill that regulates this area in a thoughtful way, but at the end of the day allows landowners to receive the benefit of their bargaining and allows them to continue to do what they have done, which is carrying forward the role of preserving this area by purchasing it and keeping it in its present form so that it can be utilized in the way that it currently is. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. I appreciate you all giving the public some time to talk about this tonight. My name's Lance Bloom. I'm a property owner on Lower Broadway, and I'm respectfully against this ordinance. If you look at some of the peer cities that have enacted an ordinance such as this, you'll find cities such as Fredericksburg, Texas, Fairfield, Connecticut, McCall, Maryland, York, Maine, Port, Townsend, Washington, not exactly towns that you would find on any IT city list in Time magazine. These are a collection of the cities that have put an ordinance together like this, and you can find this on the Institute for Local Self-Reliance, which is a group dedicated to putting forth these ordinances. If you look on this website, the only large metropolitan city you'll find that have enacted an ordinance like this is in San Francisco. And that specific ordinance actually precludes that ordinance being enacted in the tourist districts in downtown, which is kind of the opposite of what we're looking at right now. And in the Sunday New York Times this week, there was an article on San Francisco and the tech boom, and actually talked about how the Planning Commission there is looking to retract that bill and not have it in place anymore. You know, these aren't the towns that are listed that I would look Nashville to be. They're not metropolises, they're not state capitals. They're small towns, and we're not a small town anymore. We're a big city now. And I would look for us to have big ideas, not small town ideas anymore. You know, I'm born and raised in Nashville, lived here all my life, and I've walked up and down 2nd Avenue and Broadway since I was a kid. I remember the McDonald's coming in, the Wendy's coming in on 2nd, and they didn't leave because it didn't fit the culture. They left because they didn't make any more money. You know, some things work downtown, and that will always be true, and you don't need an ordinance to make money down there. The honky-tonks, they'll make money forever because people love honky-tonks. They love going down there, and they don't need any ordinance to keep them there. You know, if a family comes in and they want to have something to do, you know, these corporate users like Margaritaville, Hard Rock Cafe, Rock Bottom, they're great for families because honestly, family's not going to be coming in to Tootsie's at 10 o'clock at night, maybe for a late night drink because their kids won something. It's just not going to happen. But they're going to get a balloon animal at Margaritaville. They're going to look at rock memorabilia at Hard Rock. They're going to do all these kind of things. And so, you know, they're not the bad guy. They add to the luster of what's already there. You know, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And Broadway sure ain't broke. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor and council members, for allowing me to be here tonight and speak. Of course, I'm speaking against this ordinance. The new proposed overlay provides...
Could you give your name and address, please? I'm
Charles Robin. I own Robin Realty Company, and I own the 2 buildings at 125 and 127 2nd Avenue North. We've been operating my business there for 30 years and have been in this area for over 70 years operating. The proposed overlay provides that new businesses within the district will either have a stage or sell products that are mainly related to Nashville cultural heritage. I walk the streets that are being planned, and I have put together a list of 45 businesses that are located in the area that would no longer be welcome in this area in the future in the event that this overlay passes. I'd like to give a copy of this list, if I may, please.
To the Sergeant-at-Arms, please.
Thank you. Planning issues need more thought, and planning issues must be good planning. I believe this bill is woefully too restrictive. To give you an idea, Mike's Ice Cream, which is located on Broadway, would not be allowed to relocate in this area in the future because he has no entertainment venue. In fact, his space is only 1,250 square feet. If you walk in there and see the crowds that he has buying ice cream, it would be very hard to put an entertainment venue in there. American Apparel has more than 11 stores. They have a standard size, and they have standard merchandise. Betty Page has 17 stores nationwide. They have standard signage, and they have a standard color scheme. The Tin Roof, which is locating on Broadway shortly, has 13 locations. They would not be allowed on Broadway in the future under this ordinance. The Merchant's Restaurant has no live entertainment. I called them on the phone and asked them. They have no live entertainment. They would not be allowed to come back into this area should they want to relocate or want to come in the area, someone similar to them. The Hard Rock Cafe, it's got too many stores. It's got a uniform standard trademark and merchandise. I can keep going down this list. The $10 boutique, Nashville's merchandise is not 75% of their product. The old spaghetti factory. There are too many of them in this country for Nashville to welcome someone like that to come down in our entertainment district. Same thing's true for the Nashville Civic Design Center. That's an office. We're not going to allow any more offices in this area on the ground floor. My company, as I say, has been located in the area for over 30 years on 2nd Avenue, And I'm glad that you're grandfathering me. I'm glad that I'm being allowed to stay there. But what happens if I need to expand my business and move next door?
Thank you.
If I can just briefly say.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Vice Mayor and members of the council. I'm Richard Jones. I'm the real estate broker that constructed the contract for the Walgreens company that desires to locate on Broadway. I may say that that company does just fine culturally in South Beach, Miami, New Orleans, coastal communities along the Carolinian, and throughout our beloved country. They know how to adapt. And to be honest, we already got a brick building to start with, so they love brick. So they're over 11 stores, so they're not allowed to be on Broadway when we already have 20 other retailers on Broadway. Yes, there's 23 restaurants. There's 43 storefronts from First Avenue, Fifth Avenue. I counted them. You're welcome to count them as well. So a way to get around the law, we're going to have a performance. And if you happen to catch the Tennessean a couple Saturdays ago in the editorial, they believe that could be the saddest show in Nashville at 4 o'clock on a Tuesday afternoon. Some poor soul singing inside of a Walgreens. But there's going to be other sad shows, because if there's other retailers going to come along, they're going to have to do the same thing and have poor performances as well. Maybe Walgreens will start an entertainment division and have good performers. I don't know. So then from a macro standpoint, are we as a local community wanting to tell folks what they can and can't sell? I mean, we're not telling these musicians out here what they can perform during this session tonight, are we? I mean, I thought the music was pretty good, but to some they thought it might be horrible. So I simply ask you to either vote no. It's just beyond me the talent that's for this, constructed this bill, or let's defer it for, as indicated, for several meetings. Now I want to share one kind of interesting note. I was the broker that did the McDonald's at 2nd and Broadway, 2nd and Commerce. We failed. Man, we studied that thing. McDonald's, I can assure you, is one of the best studiers there are. And we studied that thing. Well, what we didn't realize when it was all said and done, why we failed there. You can eat at McDonald's in Muskegon, wherever. And so there wasn't anything great about it. That's why they failed. I can assure you, if they were making money, they'd still be there. But just, you know, people voted with their pocketbooks. And so I ask you to defer this bill or vote it down. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Vice Mayor and council members. My name's Calvin Lewis, and I'm a building owner at 121 2nd Avenue North. We've owned this building for over 30 years, and we were drawn to the excitement of downtown Nashville, wanted to be a part of that, really love this place. Also, very motivated by the historic preservation aspect. What would truly keep these buildings up for years to come, hopefully they'll all be up, or hopefully most of them will be out for 100 years and maybe over. I am opposed to the cultural overlay, and I'm particularly discouraged that Metro Nashville might consider dictating what kinds of businesses go there. The bill was very hastily put together. The guidelines are very vague. A lot of the numbers mentioned seem arbitrary to me, and I'm not so sure that to enforce the guidelines would be very easy at all. This bill would need an awful lot of work. The bill tethers all of the properties to country music, and I love country music. I love the honky tonks. I go there. I think it's great what's going on down there. But to demand that everybody has got to have a honky-tonk type of business or some type of retail that has to sell 75% of what is going to appear to be something that might be related to Nashville or country music. I think that that's a little bit too much to swallow. Earlier, it was mentioned that in certain areas of Nashville, visitors have come and then they've abandoned. Well, a few years, some of you all may remember a few years ago, country music declined quite a bit and tourism declined. And at that time, it was very, very difficult to lease the building to any type of business. And so that time can come again sometime, and you shouldn't just force us to do that. We've leased to a Western Boot Company. They didn't make it. We leased to a guitar manufacturing company that ran the Old Time Picking Parlor. They couldn't make it. We now have a very small sandwich shop. It's a small business, and if we had to have a music venue in that small sandwich shop, we would clean out a third of the seating, and I think that that's an unfair burden. So I think that you ought to consider that this area can have some diversity. You can have some diverse businesses that may work a little bit better if there is a downturn in the tourism business. And I sure hope that you all will think about that and vote this bill down. Thank you.
Vice Mayor, members of the council, Mark Hill, 923 Club Parkway in Bellevue, 37221. I'm with the Nashville Area Chamber of Commerce. And the format of this public hearing doesn't really fit our position. We do not yet have a position on this bill. But as the representatives of the business community in Nashville, we felt a responsibility to come to you tonight and say we support Council Lady Gilmore's efforts to spend more time on this bill, to have more conversation, to look at revisions. And we look forward to being a part of that process. Thank you.
Thank you. The public hearing is closed. Councilmember Gilmore.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I would like to first move to defer, close this out, and then after that, move to defer the bill to third, ask for approval, and then move it to July the 3rd.
So approve on second and defer to the first meeting in July.
That's right. Approve on second and move to the first meeting in July, which will be July the 3rd.
Do we have a second?
Thank you. And then I would like to make a brief comment, if I may. I would like to thank everyone for coming out tonight. I think it's been great discussion. I think everyone has stated very well. I don't have to visit some of the points that were made. All I would say is that we will continue to work on the bill. We have had some meetings. The next meeting that we plan to have is June the 17th, and we'll continue to work with those persons that have concerns about the bill. In no way do we think that this is a perfect bill, but I would like to thank the Planning Commission for their time, the Downtown Partnership for their time, and the Conventions Visitors Bureau. And I look forward, for us to continue to work on a bill and to have a bill that makes us all proud. So thank you with that, and I ask for approval.
All in favor, please say aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. Thank you. Okay, that concludes the public hearing portion of our meeting. We will now go into resolutions. We will first deal with resolutions that are on the consent agenda. I will read those. Those would be RS 2014-1107 and 1108, and then 1110 through 1122, 1124, and 1125. I'll read these and you can tell me if any need to be pulled. 1107 appropriates $1,089,500 in the Community Development Block Grant Funds for sidewalk improvements in North Nashville. 1108 accepts a donation of $650 from Sue Ann Jennings to the Mayor's Office of Emergency Management. 1110 approves an amendment to an agreement between Metro Government and Hospital Corporation of America for the exchange of property and construction of the new Lentz Public Health Center. 1111 approves an amendment to a grant from the State Department of Health to the Metro Board of Health to provide HIV, AIDS prevention, surveillance, and sexually transmitted disease program services. 1112 approves an amendment to a grant from the United States Environmental Protection Agency to the Metro Board of Health for the continued collection of data on ambient air concentrations of fine particulate matter. 1113 approves an annual grant from the State Department of Health to the Metro Board of Health for health promotion programs. 1114 approves an annual grant from the State Department of Health to the Metro Board of Health to support the delivery of local public health services. 1115 approves an annual grant from the State Department of Health to the Metro Board of Health for tuberculosis control, prevention, and outreach services. 1116 approves an amendment to a grant from the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency to the Metro Board of Health to achieve established ambient air quality standards. 1117 approves a grant from the Metro Board of Health and the University of Tennessee Extension Expanded Food and Nutrition Education Program for the Project Diabetes Golden Sneaker Initiative Program. 1118 approves a license agreement between the State Department of Transportation and Metro Board of Parks and Recreation for the construction and maintenance of pedestrian crossings at Edwin Warner Park. 1119 approves a grant from the Tennessee State Library Archives to the Nashville Public Library for persons that have difficulty using the library and to the underserved. 1120 approves an amendment to a grant from Vanderbilt University Medical Center to the Metro Board of Parks and Recreation to collaborate on the Growing Right Onto Wellness program. 1121 approves an annual grant from the State Department of Transportation to the Davidson County Sheriff's Office for litter cleanup and litter prevention education. 1122 approves an application for a Bulletproof Vest Partnership grant from the U.S. Department of Justice to Metro government. 1124 authorizes the Department of Law to compromise and settle Metro government's subrogation claim for the in-line of duty injury benefits paid by Metro on behalf of Viva Farlow in the amount of $19,500. 1125 recognizes the Americans for the Arts Annual Convention to be held in Nashville and proclaims June 13th through 15th as Arts Leadership Weekend. Do any of those need to be pulled? I will then need committee reports for the ones that are on the consent agenda. Councilmember Stein.
On 1107, 1108, 1110, 1111, 1112, 1113, 1114, 1115, 1116, 1118, 1119, 1120, 1121, 1122, and 1124, the Budget and Finance Committee unanimously recommends all of those.
Councilman Anthony Davis for federal grants.
Thank you. Federal grants approved 1107, 440 against.
Councilman Harmon for health and hospitals.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. 1110 through 1117 were approved by health hospitals, 6 in favor, 0 against.
Thank you. Councilmember Tiger.
Parks and Recreation approved 1118, 19, and 20, 3 and 0.
Thank you. Councilmember Hunt.
Planning and Zoning approved Bill 1109 and 1118, 9 and 0.
Councilmember Perdue.
Public Safety approved 1121, 1122, 4-0.
Thank you. Councilmember Berry.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Rules and Confirmations approved 1125, 840 against. And with that, I move the consent agenda.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. Okay, we are now at charter amendments. If you will look on page 9 of the analysis report, it has them by their number. We are going to take RS 2014-1052, 1087, and 1088 together if there is no objection. Amendment 1 on page 9 is the amendment that would prohibit members of the council from holding any other elected office. Councilmember Berry.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I would just like to rise for a moment and explain this charter amendment. do I need to get the committee report? Committee report, please.
Councilmember Allen.
Charter Recommendation Committee voted 3 voting yes and 1 not voting to recommend this amendment.
Thank you. Councilmember Berry.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So shall I move approval? With a brief explanation, please.
We have a motion. Is there a second? Second, okay. Councilmember Berry.
Yeah, thank you, Vice Mayor. So I have this charter amendment, and I just wanted to kind of take a moment and explain to you what it does. And I think that what this does is it addresses one essential component, which is conflict of interest. And you know me, I've been an ethics officer, and conflicts of interest come up a lot. And I think that with Metro government, you can say that we exist at the pleasure of the state government. Anything that we do, they can undo. They can bar us from doing things that we want to do, even oftentimes before we do them. And as we know, that the state legislature has made it all too clear in recent sessions that these are the powers that they are willing to exercise. And let's be clear, that's not a bad thing, that a state law can override a local law. Local municipalities don't have complete autonomy. In the same sense, it's not a bad thing that the federal Constitution has supremacy over state law. We don't have to look much further than the 14th Amendment to figure that out. The problem is not that the state legislature can undo what city government does. The problem is the inevitable and ongoing conflict of interest that this may create for an individual who occupies the legislative roles at both levels simultaneously. The principal objection to this charter amendment that I've heard from some of you is this, that the decision to have a council member on as an individual who also serves at the State House should lie with constituents, and that if voters want the person who occupies these dual roles and they know that they have this conflict, they should be free to go ahead and have that person. But I have two responses to that objection. First, I do share an allegiance with the general principle that voters should be able to elect the person they want, but that principle doesn't actually operate in this situation. Consider the case of a hypothetical council member who, once in this body, seeks to win a state seat. And I know that that's not a hypothetical for some. Currently, the population of Metro Council District is roughly 18,000. And as you know, the state legislative districts are a lot larger. A Tennessee House member currently represents 64,000 people, and a state Senate district has about 192,000 constituents. So obviously, it is not the council members' council constituents who are going to decide that it's okay for that person to serve also in the State House. State legislative districts are so much larger that a person could conceivably win an election to the legislature over the objection of every single one of that person's council constituents. Sure, if that happens, the voters in that person's council district can toss that council member out at the next election, but that's not sufficient. Voters shouldn't be subject to a conflict of interest for the time until that election, which they did not choose. Yes, voters can alternatively initiate a recall process and remove that council member sooner, but that's not an adequate remedy either. Recalls are challenging and ultimately costly for taxpayers. We don't have in place, we should not burden citizens to undertake a difficult, costly recall campaign when we can remedy this structurally with a conflict that they didn't choose by making this amendment. Second, the principle that voters should be able to have that person that they want as the representative is not without limits. We actually have a lot of limits that are generally accepted. There are all kinds of legal limits in Tennessee. For example, you have to be a U.S. citizen. You can't be a member of Congress. You can't have ever been convicted for offering a bribe. You can't hold an office in another state. If you're the governor, you have to have lived here for 7 years. Members of state legislators have to live in Tennessee for 3 years and in their district for 1 year. And school board members have to be able to prove that they graduated from high school. You see my point. You don't get to have whomever representative you want without a limit. We place all kinds of sensible constitutional and statutory limits on eligibility for public office. We do this in order to increase the odds that our government officials and the bodies that they serve are qualified, efficient, effective, and free from conflict. This charter amendment follows in that tradition. It's an effort to write into law really a simple but necessary restriction on dual service rooted in the inescapable conflict of interest. It's nothing more and it's nothing less. And I ask for your support. Thank you.
Councilmember Garrett.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I told the sponsor that since I did this for 15 years, I think that I might ought to abstain on this, and I will certainly abide by whatever the council votes to do if they want to put it on the amendment on the charter.
Councilmember Holloman.
I just want to rise in opposition to this. I've yet in all that to understand what the conflict of interest is. I will say that I think actually, particularly in a time where several times we've seen the acts of this body overturned by the state legislature, that I frankly think it's an opportunity for us to have a member and for some period of time 2 members that understand what happened in this chamber and can actually be in that chamber and be an advocate, be a liaison. I know Councilman Garrett did that several times when he was a councilman. To actually have somebody that was part of the committee process, attended the meetings, was part of the debate, understood what happened in the metropolitan government, to be there and effectively and in detail articulate what our decision was. I think we're going to continue to see that happen, and I think particularly at this time, and maybe at any time, there's an opportunity for a person to serve in both bodies very effectively. And if the voters of that district don't want that, they have the opportunity to vote them down. And that seems to have worked time and time again, just as we've talked about it working in this body. So for that reason, I can't support this and think it would be a step backwards for our metropolitan government. Thank you.
Councilmember Glover.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. This question is actually for Mr. Cooper. Mr. Cooper, should this make it on the ballot and should it pass? Obviously, we have one member in this body now that's in 2 positions as an elected official. When would it become effective? Would it be immediately or at the end of this particular member's term?
The charter would become the charter amendment would become effective immediately. So at that point, if there was a member that was serving in another elected body, they would no longer meet the qualifications for serving as a council member.
Thank you.
We will need a machine vote. I need for everyone to vote, please. Madam Clerk, will you close the machine and tally the vote?
I have 10 for, 22 against, 3 abstentions.
The amendment fails. Amendment number 2 on page 9, Councilmember Gilmore.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I would move to withdraw amendment number 2. I'm sorry, let me get committee reports first. I jumped the gun.
Councilmember Allen.
I apologize.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. The Charter Revision Committee voted 4 in favor and 0 against to withdraw this at the council member's request.
Thank you, Councilmember Gilmore.
Thank you so much. I move to withdraw this bill with a brief explanation, if I can get a second.
We have a motion and a second.
Okay, all it is that there's another amendment that's coming up that's similar to this one, so that's why I'm withdrawing this one. Thank you so much.
All in favor of withdrawing, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. The 3rd amendment on page 9 is Councilmember Evans.
Good evening, thank you. This amendment...
Councilmember Allen.
Councilmember Allen. It's late.
There is a substitute. Do I need to give the report on the substitute? Okay. The Charter Revision Committee voted 2 in favor and 1 against and 1 not voting for the substitute. And then once the substitute had been made, voted 1 in favor and 4 against, not recommending.
Thank you. Councilmember Evans.
Okay. I'd like to move the substitute. And Mr. Cooper, would you just explain the substitute?
The substitute essentially clarifies that if you serve less than 1/2 of a term to fill a vacancy, that would not count as one of your 3 terms. It mirrors the language that was added to the charter several years ago to address that situation.
Great, thank you. So move the substitute.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor of the substitute, please say aye. Opposed, no. Substitute passes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As if you don't know, and I think most people here do know, term limits are not particularly great for...
Could you move the bill as substituted?
Oh, I'm sorry. I haven't been up this late in a long time. Madam Vice Mayor, can I move the bill as substituted?
We have a motion and a second. Yes.
Thank you.
You are recognized.
Now, last administration, we did this all the time. As we all know, term limits, I think, are not particularly good for democracy. They're not particularly good for Nashville. They're not particularly good for this body. We have 3 times as a body proposed a change to the term limits that were created in 1994 through a petition drive by the public. And 3 times the public has refused the request. And then there have been other times in which the council has considered and rejected a change in the term limits, which is actually going to happen again today. So based on that history, I reached the conclusion that for whatever reason the public doesn't want to change our term limits, they want something in return. That's the conclusion I reached. Now, Councilman Garrett reached a different conclusion. He reached a conclusion that we should just stop asking. And so he usually stands up when these come to the fore and says we should stop asking. The public has spoken on this and we should just accept it. Councilman Tigert, who comes after me, has another conclusion, which is let's ask again. I came to the conclusion that, and this is based on talking to people, that the public may grant us more term limits if we're a smaller body. We've talked about this for years, about being a smaller body. That doesn't mean I want a smaller body. What I really want are term limits that are a little bit more reasonable than 2. But this is what I came up with. I am happy for anybody to give me another suggestion than that one, but that's what I came up with. So I am going to ask for your support tonight. If you don't agree with me, I can completely understand. It's just one of many conclusions that you can reach on this matter. I will be voting against the subsequent term bill because I kind of agree with Councilman Garrett, which is we either need to come to a different answer on the term limit thing and offer something in return, or we should just stop asking and accept them. So, so with that, I ask for your approval.
Councilmember Stein.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. I really appreciate this discussion taking place for our community. I think it's a valuable exercise to go through every so often. And I agree and disagree with the sponsor of this amendment. But I believe our system works. And so I believe this notion of council reduction size is not an incentive. We're a 40-member body and we're large, but we're not as large as one might think when one considers there's not a competing body with us in Davidson County. We're all at the same table. I think one of the things that's special about this city is that we are a great example of little d democracy. District members are generally accessible and responsible, and the rare occasions when they're not, at-larges are supposed to fill a void and substitute in those instances. But we are, as a body, amongst the most responsive elected officials in this country. And that's one of the things that's special about Nashville. I often facetiously say the council ought to be judged by our actions and not the quality of our debate. And that's only facetious because I value the fact that this council is the great weather vane of this city. Every possible opinion in this county, city, is reflected in this body at one time or another. And that gives us, at the end, a better result than if there were few of us representing more people in this body. All positions and opinions are heard, and we fight with each other, and at the end of the day, we make a decision. Former Mayor Fulton used to always say, if you can't get 21 to 40 people to agree to something, it probably is not a very good idea in the first place. So I believe in essence, going smaller decreases accessibility for citizens of Nashville. I think it will increase the cost of elections for both at-large and for district races. It will increase the influence of special interest groups, which is relatively minimal here relative to other bodies on the state and federal level. It will certainly increase the power of the mayor, and I do take issue with one of the local editorial writers that says somehow former mayors and mayors would want a larger council. Any mayor in their right mind wants the fewest amount of people people to influence. It would certainly save Mr. Zygas a lot of time if there were a lot fewer of us that he had to deal with. And I think it diminishes the quality of our work here because it provides fewer viewpoints and fewer kinds of experience throughout this community in our decision making. I also wonder what outcomes would be different. We'd all pick some outcome that we disagreed with, but by and large, if you look at the quality of work in this council, it's high quality. We get hammered because we agree with the mayor sometimes. Well, in the past election, as I recall, the mayor didn't invent his 3 priorities. He talks about public education and young people and public safety and economic development because that's what the community was talking about. And this body actually, almost all of us, ran on some version of those things. So when we agree with him on an issue that revolves around those things, we're not rubber stamps. We're all just reflective of what this community is working on. On the other hand, while I believe council size should stay the same, I absolutely agree. Term limits is one of the worst things this community has ever decided to do. If you look at the numbers, 25 to 30% of this council turned over every 4 years before term limits were adopted. That's an optimal number of new folks in a body, and it keeps a proper amount of experience here. 3 terms would certainly probably take us back to that level and away from this 45 to 65% number that I think is a deterrent for at least the beginning of terms. So I would urge you to vote against this amendment.
Councilman Garrett.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. You know, Walter, I'm so glad that you're older than I am, because when I get up sometimes, I mean, I may have been here the longest, but at least I get to tell people that you're the oldest. Every single solitary time that we have put on the ballot to either do away with or to do something with the term limits, I've had the privilege of voting to do that. The first time I felt like I got hit upside the head because it got beat bad by the voters. The second time it got beat even worse, and the third time it was like getting hit between the eyes like the old mule did when you had to get the attention of the mule before it would go one direction or the other. So I made up my mind at that time that I wasn't going to vote, that the public had spoke, and if they didn't want to fool with changing term limits in any way, shape, form, or fashion. So that's what I told the council members, and I hate telling that tale over again. Reducing the size, I think my colleague did a good job of talking about that. I called a friend of mine who served in the legislature, Carol Chumney. She went to serve in Memphis, and there's 13 members down there. It cost a minimum of $250,000 to run for a seat in Memphis, just a regular council district seat. No matter if you reduce the number of seats as an old district council member for 16 years, I can assure you it will cost everybody more money. You'll either wind up having council members who can afford to do it and pay for it out of their own pockets, or it'll be real tough for other individuals to be able to raise any money to run. Zoning and the budget are about the only 2 things that the council does up here. For those 35 of you that are doing zoning, how would you like to have more land and more area to zone? Because that's what we would do with the zoning. And those individuals today that go to school, went to school with you, or go to school with your kids, or you see them in the grocery store, or you see them on the street, that situation wouldn't exist, Madam Chair Lady, as it does today. So I'm not going to vote for this either. Thank you.
Councilmember Stanley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Ms. Chairwoman. I appreciate the sponsors' activities on this. I think, if anything, I think the public should be given the opportunity to vote at times, or to decide at times the size of the Metro Council. Because, after all, we are elected by the constituents, the citizens of this city, to represent them. And if we feel that they need to make the decision about reducing the council, then they should be given that opportunity. However, I cannot support this at this time. The reason I can't support this is like Mr. Garrett and Mr. Stein has mentioned, the fact that the enlarged council districts are definitely going to increase the amount of money that each campaign is going to have to spend to get elected. I'll let you know that in 1995, I was elected to District 14 in the Metro Council. I spent only $1,500. But now, if you reduce the council even further, it's not going to come anywhere close to that. There'll be a lot more money spent. I heard John Siegenthaler, Mr. John Siegenthaler, who was an original member of the Charter Commission. He spoke a couple of weeks ago, and I heard him say that he was in support of the 41, with the vice mayor, 41-member Metro Council. We have a strong history of a strong mayor and strong Metro Council, strong executive, strong legislative branch. We need to maintain that. We have an obligation to the citizens of this city to maintain that. I make myself available to the citizens that elected me to represent them. I want everyone to have an opportunity to run for this office that wants to run for this office. Lastly, I'd like to say that I've spoken to a couple of other individuals from different cities. One of them was Atlanta. They had 15 council members in Atlanta. That's ridiculous. I'll let you know this as well. If you reduce the size of the Metro Council, you're going to adversely impact the gender, race, and ethnicity representation of this Metro Council, this local body. We are the last level of American government that can provide excellent individual representation. The federal government doesn't do it. Even the state government has difficulty doing it. We represent about 17,000 people, each district council member does. So I would say I cannot support this at this time. Thank you.
Councilmember Duvall.
Previous question, Madam Chairman.
Have a previous question. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Previous question passes. We need a machine vote. Madam Clerk, please close the machine and tally the vote.
We have 10 for, 24 against, with 1 abstention.
The proposed amendment fails. Next amendment is Council Member Moore. It's on page 10 of the analysis.
I'm sorry, Vice Mayor, committee reports, please.
Councilmember Allen.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. There was a substitute which the Charter Revision Committee voted for, 2 in favor, 1 against, and 2 not voting. And the amendment or substituted amendment was voted 1 in favor, 4 against.
Thank you, Councilmember Moore.
I move for approval with a brief explanation. Pardon me?
Move the substitute.
Oh, I move the housekeeping substitute.
We have a motion and a second on the substitute. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Good. Okay. Okay, the substitute passes. Now you need to move it as substituted.
I move it as substituted.
We have a motion and a second. Any comments?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
I just want to say that, one of our colleagues had said that change is rough, and I appreciate him saying that, and also emotional. I do understand that, we get very emotional when it comes to the fairgrounds property, which sits in District 17. But there's been many conversations about this. But all this amendment does is just clarify that the council can vote on any changes or improvements. And it's not meant to take away any of the uses, but just to clarify that the council can do that. And I'm at least asking for your support on this amendment. Thank you so very much.
Councilmember Dominy.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I will be brief. There are a number of concerns with this proposal, the biggest of which is the uncertainty it brings over the property. That property, one of the reasons stated for trying to do away with it in the previous council term was that it was not making money. This year it will be making a profit for the first time since I was elected in 2007. This bill, as stated by the director, puts a cloud over that property again and does damage to a property, one of the only assets in this city that makes a profit and is part of the metro government. And as such, this needs to go away.
Councilmember Duvall.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I, too, speak against this amendment. We the people spoke. 72% of the people of Nashville said they didn't want it changed, and if we want to make a change, we take it to the people. Not to put this back in the hands of the Metro Council. They took it away from us, and they voted that away. I think it's time we stand up and be with the people who we represent, and we oppose this amendment. Please vote it down. Thank you.
Councilmember Harmon.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I really had more of a question, and maybe for Mr. Cooper. Mr. Cooper, in 2011, when the previous charter amendment was proposed, what was the understanding at that time?
It was not done through the council. It was petition driven. So there was really no public discussion when it was created. So you had no legislative history, so to speak. So what you were left with was the plain language of the amendment. And I've had even people in my own family, when they voted, read it two different ways. Some thought that it meant the council could do whatever with 27 votes. It just made sure that you had to have a supermajority instead of the normal 21 votes. Then others read it as requiring those uses that were in existence and those activities to remain forever unless changed by the voters. So this adds some, to the extent there's any ambiguity, adds some clarity that it would be 27 votes, the council could modify the uses or activities.
All right, thank you very much.
We need a machine vote. Need for everyone to vote, please. Madam Clerk, close the machine and tally the vote.
We have 12 for, 20 against, 3 abstentions.
The proposed amendment fails. Amendment number 5, Councilmember Gilmore.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Committee reports.
Councilmember Allen.
Charter Revision Committee voted 4 in favor and 1 against.
Thank you. Councilmember Gilmore.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I would like to move for approval with a brief explanation.
We have a motion and a second. Councilmember Gilmore.
Thank you. This charter amendment would prohibit Metro from asking about a job applicant's criminal history on the initial job application unless a background check is required by law. This would not prohibit Metro from asking about criminal history during an actual job interview. There are 62 local jurisdictions and 10 states that have implemented this. We also have peer cities such as Austin, Texas, Charlotte, North Carolina, Louisville, Kentucky, Atlanta, Georgia, Cincinnati, Ohio, Indianapolis, Indiana, and Jacksonville, Florida. This amendment, I'm sorry, I'm like really dragging. I've never been here this late, and I just feel like I'm losing a little bit here.
Oh, we're going to be here a lot longer.
Oh, geez. Oh, geez. I hope I hope everyone's really listening so they'll really vote for this. But anyway, this promotes public safety and reduces recidivism. Employment is one of the most important factors in reducing recidivism. Individuals who are able to maintain employment after incarceration see significant drop in the percentage that return to prison. Also, this helps the economy by giving individuals more opportunities to work and increase their tax contributions, boost sales taxes, reduce dependence on government entitlement programs, and saves money by keeping people out of the criminal justice system. After they've served their time, we should only give them the opportunity to interview for a job, because in fact, we're trying them twice if we do not give them that opportunity. Private businesses such as Target and Walmart have recognized these benefits and implemented policies that remove questions and criminal convictions from the initial job applications. During the committee, Councilman Garrett had asked, would the persons not have, the employer would not have the opportunity to ask the interviewee about these questions. That is not true. This proposed amendment does not eliminate background checks. It simply removes the issue of criminal history from the initial application. This gives individuals with a criminal history the opportunity to get their foot in the door and demonstrate their qualifications. And with that, I ask for your approval, if you're still awake.
We need a machine vote. I need for everyone to vote.
Yes, you are.
Madam Clerk, please close the machine and tally the vote.
I have 23 for, 11 against, 1 abstention.
The proposed amendment fails. The next proposed amendment is Councilmember Tigert.
Committee report, please.
Councilmember Allen.
Charter Revision Committee voted 3 in favor, 1 against, and 1 not voting.
Thank you. Councilmember Tigert.
First of all, Marlene Perdue just called. She wanted me to make sure that Doug was still here and wasn't wandering Lower Broad at Fanfare. And I assured her that he was working diligently. Thank you. Some of y'all may have noticed I voted yes on every previous amendment here. Even Council Lady Berry's. Not because I agreed with all these amendments, but I agree with the right of the people to decide the issue rather than me. I did not agree personally with some of the amendments that were discussed. For those, I would have gone out to constituents and explained why I thought it was a bad idea to do this or that. The final amendment tonight is concerning term limits. And it would increase term limits for council members from 2 terms to 3 terms. The proposal, because I did not want this to be perceived as a Charlie Tigert issue, that I'm trying to do something to self-perpetuate my legacy or work up here, would not take effect to 2019. The Charter Commission unanimously approved this bill, hoping that there would be an amendment to have it take effect in 2015. That's your all's choice. If someone wants to do that, I'm not going to do that. A 3-term limit is a reasonable length of time for a council member to come in, learn the procedures, represent the people, gain the institutional knowledge and experience, get to know these decision makers up front, and still serve a productive time in the council. A 2-term limit basically to me says if you're successful, you like what you do in your first term, you're trying to figure out in your second term what your next position is. And I think that diminishes the effectiveness of this body. So once again, this is not aimed at me, it's aimed at providing representation of the people by keeping institutional knowledge. As much as I laugh at old man Garrett over here, and I now understand why he talks the way he does, he's apparently been hit up on the side of the head by too many failed amendments. But let me just say this. At the previous times that the charter amendment addressing term limits of the council was addressed, it was relatively close to the time when the petition drive put term limits before the voters. And trust me, most voters, when they see the performance in Washington and perhaps even across the street or down the street at the state capitol, they see the word term limits and they think it's got to be good. I think now, after some time has passed, we see that term limits may be more important at a higher level than at this body. So I think there will be a concentrated effort by hopefully some of you all that are serving your first term and have a lot to give here for 8 more years. Hopefully from business organizations, from the Chamber of Commerce, from neighborhood groups who like working with their council member and establishing a rapport. So I think there's a really good chance that a 3-term limit will pass given the proper support and energy on our part. So I rise tonight just saying I think many of us agree. We've heard about how bad term limits are and cutting deals to get it this way or that it's going to take some time and effort to go out to neighborhood groups, to go out to business organizations, to go out to our communities and explain why this is a good thing for our city and why having you all with experience up here is important. So I would ask you to seriously consider a favorable vote on this one amendment. Thank you.
Councilmember Garrett.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady. I'm obviously not going to vote for this too. John, will you tell me what years this was on the ballot?
I would be happy to.
Is it in our analysis?
It is in the analysis. Okay. November 1994 is when they were adopted based upon the petition. Council submitted 2 times to increase them, once in 96 and again in 2002. And then in 1998, they submitted an amendment to repeal term limits entirely. And all 3 of those failed.
Those are the 3 that I voted. So I'm just telling you, I'm not going to do it. I think whether anybody likes to look at it or admit it or not, and I know that's not how my colleague feels. It looks self-serving for ourselves, and I just don't think the public wants to see it again, and so I'm not going to vote for it.
Councilmember Stein.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. Rising in support of Councilman Tigert, I am reminded that even the blind squirrel occasionally finds the acorn. You know, sometimes I think here we just have to do some things that are, from our experience, we believe is the right thing. And I absolutely respect the fact that folks have voted down 3 terms and voted against the repeal of term limits. But I believe in my heart that this government will be a better, more efficient, stronger government if we had 3 terms rather than 2 terms. I think it would take us back to the notion of turning over 25 or 30%, either choosing not to run or voters choosing to send folks home. And I think that's a much healthier place for this body to be than what we're facing. I also commend the sponsor for having it take effect in 2019. As a term-limited member of this body, from my perspective only, I think it would look self-serving to voters to have it take effect in 2015, and those that aren't term limited next year would have to run twice to take advantage of the 3 terms, and I think that puts them before the voters in a fair place. But I think that this is not going to necessarily be a popular thing, but I think it's absolutely the right thing for this government, and I think we ought to keep trying to make our case on this issue. So I rise in support of Councilman Tigert's amendment.
Councilman Holloman.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. I know it's late. I'll be brief, but I support 3 terms for the council, but I have concerns in light of it being turned down on 3 different occasions, on 3 different referendums. The Council Lady Evans is right, and then until we offer something to the voters to show them that at the same time that we are extending terms, that we're streamlining the government, making it smaller. So I think that there should be the opportunity for that case to be heard with a direct referendum, which I think is going to occur. My concern with bringing this back to the ballot at this time is that we're going to impede that dialogue or confuse that dialogue. If we want to do this effective 2019, we can still do that at a later date. There's plenty of time for that to happen. So I could potentially support this at another time, but I think now is not the time if it's not going to be effective until 2019. Thank you.
Councilmember Allen.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I rise in support of this. I want to thank Councilmember Tygart for being willing to bring this up, and I want to thank Councilmember Evans for all the amazing work she has done and the good research that she has done to show that council members, before we had term limits, often phased out after an average of 10 years anyway. So there is really good evidence that the information she's been taking around to various groups, I think if an effort were made for all of us to work as hard as she had, we may be able to get the word out, and that it could be different this time. So with that being said, I thank both of these sponsors for their efforts on this, and I would ask for support.
Councilmember Baker.
Previous question.
All in favor of previous question, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. We will need a machine vote. Madam Clerk, please close the machine and tally the vote.
I have 23 for, 12 against, 0 abstentions.
The proposed amendment did not pass.
So now we need a motion from Councilmember Allen to withdraw those 3 resolutions.
Councilmember Allen, we need a motion from you to withdraw 1052, 1087, and 1088.
So moved.
Is there a second? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The motion to withdraw passes. Next is RS 2014-1109, approves a fee for the contextual overlay district applications. Councilmember Hunt. Okay.
It needs to be deferred to track with the other contextual overlay bills, so it will need to be deferred 2 meetings. Since the other bill was deferred for 2 meetings that it tracks with, it also needs to be deferred.
I have another one I need to, we'll come back to this one. We have RS 2014-984, requests the Davidson County delegation to the Tennessee General Assembly to support legislation to provide a dedicated source for local mass transit. And while we're dealing with this, Roseanne, would you check on Councilman Hunt? Councilmember Tiger.
Move to defer 1 meeting. Committee report, please.
Councilmember Berry. Oh, I'm sorry. Councilmember Harrison.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. At the request of the sponsor, we're going to defer this according to traffic and parking for indefinitely, right? Indefinitely.
Councilmember Stein.
Budget and Finance actually approved 9-4, none against.
I would move to defer indefinitely.
We have a motion and a second to defer indefinitely. All in favor, please say aye. Opposed, no. Motion to defer passes. We'll go back to RS 2014-1109, approves a fee for the contextual overlay district applications. Councilmember Hunt.
Move for approval, please.
I need a report from Councilmember Stein.
Budget and Finance voted by rule to defer for 1 meeting, but I don't think the committee would object if it needs to be deferred longer.
And I need a Planning and Zoning report, Councilman Hunt.
Planning and Zoning approved it 9-0.
And your motion is?
And my motion is to defer the track for 2 meetings.
We have a motion. Is there a second? We have a motion and a second to defer 2 meetings. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. We're now on so right. Let's find that one. 1123 authorizes the Department of Law to settle the personal injury claim of Brandy Brown against Metro Government in the amount of $15,000. Councilmember Stein.
Budget and Finance voted to approve as amended 9-4, none against, and I would move approval for the purposes of moving the amendment, which clarifies the amount of the settlement. Mr. Cooper, is that an adequate analysis of the?
Yes, it clarifies that the $15,000 amount is correct as opposed to the $13,400 that was submitted a couple months ago.
Okay, we have a motion and a second on the amendment. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The amendment passes.
Move approval as amended.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor of the bill as amended, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. We're now at bills on introduction and first reading. Are there any of those that need to be pulled?
We do have two late ones.
I know. Seeing none, is there a motion for their approval?
So move. Second.
All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. I think on your desk you have a letter from Councilmember Gilmore about two late filed bills. Is there any objection? Councilmember Gilmore, what is the nature of the emergency?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. For bill number 2014-052-001, the suspension of the rules is necessary because of the MUO between Metro and the developer, and it should be closed no later than August the 30th. So the SP permits and the development contemplated, by Metro and the developer need to be done before this time.
Okay, this is the Morgan Park?
No.
No, the other one.
Yeah, this is actually the garage bill that I'm talking about next, and the next one is the Morgan Park bill.
Okay, is there any objection to a suspension of the rules for consideration of these two? Seeing none, the first one amends the Morgan Park Place Specific Plan District for various properties located along 4th Avenue North, 5th Avenue North, and Van Buren Street. Councilmember Gilmore.
Yes, I asked for a suspension of the rules once again, and it's because of the ambiguity.
Yeah, we approved the suspension of the rules.
Okay, so I move for approval.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. The next one is changes 0.43 acres from DTC to SP zoning for a portion of property located at the corner of Church Street and 5th Avenue North. Councilmember Gilmore.
Move for approval.
Have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye. Opposed, no.
Thank you.
Motion passes. We're now at bills on second reading. First one is BL 2014-698, amends the Metro Code pertaining to the enforcement mechanism associated with the delivery of non-subscription published material. Councilmember Claiborne.
Committee reports, please.
Councilmember Moore.
The Codes Fair and Farmers Market Committee voted 2 in favor, 6 against, and 1 not voting.
Thank you. Councilmember Claiborne.
There is an amendment that I would like to move. The amendment basically does two things. It incorporates suggestions that were made by the Codes Director 2 weeks ago that stipulates that any request from an individual to stop the delivery of these materials must be made by certified mail to the publisher. And if there is a failure to cease at that request, then the individual, if it continues, the individual has to then notify the Codes Department of a failure via sworn affidavit and agree to go forward eventually to environmental court with the Codes Department if that becomes necessary. So the current code that we have says that an individual can give notice by mail, but this stipulates it has to be by certified mail to establish proof of action. And then notice to codes has to be by sworn affidavit. So I would move the amendment.
Is there a second? We have a motion and a second on the amendment. All in favor, please say aye. Opposed, no. The amendment passes. Councilman Claiborne.
Then I would move the bill as amended with a brief explanation.
We have a motion and a second. Councilman?
We've been working on this for about 2 months now, and in response to the legislation, the publisher has come forward with 5 proposals that they intend to do to address this issue. The first of these is to provide each of the council members with 2 phone numbers that go directly to top individuals in the circulation department. If an individual in your district comes to you with a complaint that they have not been able to get action on or proper response, then you would have a phone number to go directly to one of these 2 individuals, and they supposedly are in a position to take immediate action to address that particular request. The second of these is that they would do a quarterly audit of each route to determine that the contractor is observing the no-toss list. People who call in and whose names and addresses are actually on a list saying, I don't want this in my driveway, they would audit each route once a quarter to make sure that that is being observed. Thirdly, they would do a quarterly drive of each route and police up any of these materials that are collecting along the side of the road in front of houses that are vacant. They would police those materials. The fourth item would be to communicate to the contractor that the no-toss list must be honored, and to initiate some punitive action toward the person who is actually doing the distribution. And fifthly, they would partner with the Metro Beautification Department to promote some of their initiatives without cost. The first of these would supposedly run this weekend during CMA, and it has to do with the tossing of cigarette butts, littering. And so there are other initiatives that beautification could use this vehicle for. So I'm asking you to support this and pass this on the second reading here tonight, and I will defer this indefinitely, and we will give time for the publisher to see if they're giving lip service to try to make this go away, or if they're actually serious about wanting to take these positive actions to be responsive to the community and to police themselves. So I would request your support on second reading and would defer indefinitely then.
So your motion is to approve and then defer indefinitely?
Yes.
We have a revised motion. We have a second. Councilman Mitchell.
Yeah, I just have a serious problem with this. You know, I think we're creating more bureaucracy within the codes department, giving them more things that they possibly can't do. We know they can't enforce this. Too big of a area for them to police with not enough manpower unless we're going to address in their budget. But more importantly, I have a problem with, at our last meeting, the sponsor moved to defer this bill to allow the Tennessean to write a story addressing this issue and his efforts to correct this issue, and he gave them 14 days to do it. I don't think we need to legislate in that manner, ladies and gentlemen. That's a slippery slope we're going down, and I think it sets a bad precedent. You know, I just think I urge you to vote against this tonight. I think the sponsor of the legislation's issues have been addressed by the Tennessean and through the Beautification Committee, and this issue is being corrected. But to just hang this over their head and instruct them they better write a story is a bad problem. So with that, I ask you to vote against this bill tonight. Thank you.
Councilmember Barry.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I really appreciate it. I would like to thank the sponsor for all of his hard work. I think that the conversation that has been had has led to some really good things happening that the Tennessean is actually doing and taking care of. Having said that, I think that I agree with my colleague, and I think that this is an overreach, and I'm incredibly uncomfortable that we as a body would ever compel a newspaper to write a story. I heard a colleague of ours earlier tonight talk about the fact that he had actually lived someplace at one point where the government could tell newspapers what to write, and that was called a dictatorship. And I know that that's not the intention of the sponsor here, but tonight I'm going to go ahead and say, let's just put this to rest, and I'm going to vote against it.
Councilmember Bedney.
Well, I'm the one that made that comment, and I agree. But I think we are missing the point here. I think what Councilman Claiborne is trying to do is address a real concern of trash and litter in the city. So I wholeheartedly disagree with the idea of asking a newspaper to force a newspaper to write a story. I think that's not the role of the government. But I think let's not miss the tree for the forest. And we still have a problem here of that litter, and it needs to be addressed. So I will vote for this and for the deferral, but I hope Councilman Claiborne will stop asking for that story, because that again makes me uncomfortable. Thank you.
Okay.
Could I
yes.
respond? In my remarks, I did not indicate that there was a need for a newspaper story. I had originally addressed that. But we have, at this point in time, the Tennesseans' attention. And they have agreed to do some things that hopefully will hold themselves more accountable. I'm simply asking that we give them time to prove that they're going to do what they say. So all I'm asking for is an approval on second reading and an indefinite deferral. If they fail to follow up on any of these 5 items that I enumerated to you previously, then I will bring the issue back. But it's only these 5 items that they're being held accountable for. There is no newspaper story or publish of anything involved here.
Councilmember Evans.
I'm going to support the other speakers here tonight and not vote for this. I really do appreciate the issue. It is really an annoyance, but the press is special, whether we like it or not, and whether they put things at the end of our driveway that we don't want. It's no more an inconvenience than taking the junk mail out of your mailbox and putting it in the trash. People have a right to the press, and that right is often an inconvenience for all of us, and we need to accept it as part of a free society. So I'd encourage everybody to vote against this tonight. Thanks.
We're going to do a machine vote. Sorry, Councilman Garrett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was just going to ask the sponsor, I understand the circumstances, but if he moves this on second reading, whether it fails or if it passes or whatnot, it's not amendable on third reading. So if you were going to try to do anything later on and brought it back after an indefinite deferral, you'd have to suspend the rules, and I don't think that's going to happen. So I'm going, I would just ask the sponsor that they might want to defer it before it passes second reading, because that's not, that's just.
The machines are already open to vote on this. I need for everyone to vote. I think everyone that's still here has voted. Madam Clerk, will you close the machine and tally the vote?
I have 10 for, 21 against, 2 abstentions.
Motion fails. Next is Bill 2014-775, adopts the property tax levy for the metropolitan government for fiscal year 2014-2015. Councilmember Stein.
Budget and Finance voted to approve and re-refer to Budget and Finance as is in the course of our budget process by a vote of 9 for, none against, and I would move to approve and re-refer.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. BL 2014-777 amends the Metro Code regarding the continuation of the Metro Homelessness Commission and establishment of its duties and responsibilities. Councilmember Stein.
Committee report.
Councilmember Harmon.
Health Hospitals and Social Services met on 2014-777 and voted in favor, 6 in favor, none opposed.
Thank you, Councilman Stein.
I move approval with the briefest of comments.
We have a motion and a second. Councilman.
Just want to acknowledge that the chair of the Homelessness Commission has done yeoman service by being with us this entire evening waiting for this vote, and thank you, Ms. Kuhn, for being here, and I renew the motion to approve.
All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. BL 2014-778 amends the Metro Code to transfer the alarm registration functions from the Metro Clerk's Office to the Department of Codes Administration. Councilmember Stein.
Committee report.
Councilmember Moore.
Codes Fair and Farmers Market approved 9 for, 0 against.
Councilman Stein.
Budget and Finance voted to approve and re-refer to Budget and Finance to track with the budget, and I would move to approve and re-refer. A vote of 9 for, none against in committee, and I make that motion.
We have a second. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. BL 2014-779 amends the Metro Code to provide domestic partner benefits for Metro government employees. Councilmember Westerholm.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. Committee reports.
Councilmember Stein.
Budget and Finance approved 6 for, 2 against, and 1 not voting.
Councilmember Westerholm.
Personnel voted 4 for, 0 against. Now move approval.
We have a motion and a second.
And a brief comment?
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. I just wanted to say this bill sends a simple message that we are a friendly, welcoming city that treats all of its employees the same, that we are a city that values inclusiveness in its workforce. Peer cities across the country and over 2/3 of Fortune 500 companies offer their employees these same benefits. It keeps us competitive, but more importantly, it's the right thing to do. It brings all our employees, their loved ones, and their families to the same place, and I'd renew my motion.
Councilmember Berry.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. If you just indulge me for a second, I'd like to list all the cities that actually legally recognize domestic partnerships: Denver, Phoenix, Albuquerque, Minneapolis, Los Angeles, Duluth, Iowa City, Kansas City, Topeka, Missoula, Montana, Milwaukee, Detroit, Chicago, Indianapolis, Cincinnati, Cleveland, Dayton, Providence, Portland, Maine, Boston, New York, Pittsburgh, Philadelphia, Austin, Texas, Lexington, Kentucky, Louisville, Kentucky, Charlotte, North Carolina, Atlanta, Tallahassee, Miami, Chattanooga, Knoxville, and many more. And in the private sector, FedEx, HCA, International Paper, Microsoft, Costco, CarMax, Visa, Walt Disney, Wells Fargo, Williams-Sonoma, PetSmart, Regions Bank, Amazon, JCPenney, Sprint, Allstate, Boeing, Archer Daniels Midland, Google, Gannett, Groupon, Sears, Hillshire Farms, Hyatt, McDonald's, Motorola, OfficeMax, Walgreens, Aflac, Home Depot, Men's Warehouse, Michaels, Southwest Airlines, Tenet Healthcare, Cisco, Waste Management, CVS, Coca-Cola, Delta, State Farm, UPS, SunTrust. Are you guys getting my point? CSX, Tupperware, DuPont, GE, Aetna, Cigna, Xerox, Chipotle, Western Union, and I could go on and on. As Councilmember Westerholm said, 62% of all Fortune 500 companies provide domestic partner health benefits to their employees, and that also includes the largest private employer in the United States, Walmart. The International Association of Firefighters, the International Association of Longshoremen, both provide this to their employees. Doing this is really basic. It's simple and it's mainstream. The sort of thing that employers in the 21st century do as a matter of course. It's fair, it's decent, and it's the right thing to do. And it's really that simple.
Councilmember Claiborne.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. We were told at length earlier tonight that we are Nashville, Tennessee, that we're not another city. And we are a government. We are not a business who can act by a board of directors and direct funds from profits to cover issues like this. The more that I have researched this and the more I've thought about it, it's less economic sense that it makes for us here in the city. I looked and found in the U.S. Census Bureau's American Families and Living Arrangements report the fact that the number of cohabiting unmarried partners increased 88% between 1990 and 2010. I also found a recent Associated Press report that indicated that domestic partnerships are becoming increasingly popular for younger heterosexuals who don't want the commitment of a legal marriage arrangement. We have actuaries who have given us estimates of the cost of this move to be just shy of $1 million in the coming year. And if I understood correctly yesterday in the Budget and Finance Committee meeting, that is not in the current proposed budget for the year coming up. So the real truth is here that we really don't have an idea what the startup cost for this is, nor do we have an idea what the sustaining cost is for it in the out years. And logic tells me that once we put the advertisement on the door here, that Nashville will become a destination for those seeking government jobs that have this particular benefit. In the budget process that we're currently in, almost all the departments are taking cuts. Some of them have come to us and they have said that they're having a difficult time maintaining the status quo with the help that they have. And they have actually asked for another employee or other employees. We have existing employees that are getting a token increase in their pay. We had the police came forward tonight and gave us a compelling reason why they were asking for more than we are willing to give them. We have employees that are still behind the economic curve because of the minimal increases that we've given just within the past couple of years, and nothing in basically the 4 years previous to that. So we're poised at this point in time to add additional non-employees to the insurance cost of the city and to a pension fund that is currently grossly underfunded. And we're giving that for the years to come. So from an economic position, this does not make sense to me. It demonstrates to me, if this were to pass, that we are not responsible as stewards of the taxpayers' dollars. And so from an economic point of view, I'm asking you to consider voting against this.
Councilmember Stites.
Thank you, Vice Mayor, and I promise to be brief. I'm voting against this, and unlike other bills where I stand here and I plead with you to vote with me tonight, I just want to explain my vote. I don't for a second think that anybody came in here tonight on an issue as charged as this and was unsure of how they would vote. But there are a lot of people in Nashville that are opposed to this. I don't think this bill has really anything to do with insurance, and I don't really think it has anything to do with public employees. I think this is an issue about domestic partners, same-sex partners, and we had in 2006 on the ballot a referendum statewide called Amendment 1, and it passed overwhelmingly in Tennessee, and even in Nashville it passed with about 68%. And my point in bringing that up is, and we've discussed this in committees before, that Nashville wants to be a welcoming city, and I think all of us here would agree that Nashville is a welcoming city, that people from all different backgrounds and all different stripes can come together and we can still be a hospitable place. I think if 68% of the people thought a certain way, then there would be a large block of people that didn't feel welcomed in Nashville. But the truth is, people of all backgrounds, of all beliefs, feel welcomed here, and I think there's something to that. My opposition comes, and I think I speak for some others, that opposition to this comes not from a place of rancor or ill will. In my case, it comes from a faith that convicts me, and that same faith convicts myself that there is areas in my life as well that are unhealthy, and I wanted to offer an explanation for my opposition to this, and I appreciate your indulgence. Thank you.
Councilmember Scott Davis.
Thank you, Vice Mayor, members of the council. Just like my colleagues, I do spend a lot of time praying over certain issues on this council floor. And there are nights that I can't handle a lot of pressure that happens in this city, and I spend my nights praying. But ever since I was a child, there was one thing I was taught by my faith. All men and women were created equal. Do unto others as you want people to do unto you. The golden rule. We need health insurance for our brothers and sisters, these Metro employees, no matter who they love. It's very important. We have a duty, as I agree with everybody, to be responsible to our taxpayers and to our Metro employees. I want the police to get more money. We all want the police and the Metro employees to get more money. But we have brothers and sisters who are working for Metro government that can't provide health insurance to the ones they love, can't provide a pension to the ones they love. My God teaches me love is love. You know, the Bible, if we would take it as context, said that, you know, you shouldn't beat your slave, you need to do this to your slave. And that same Bible has also taught me how to love. And I love my neighbors, I love my brothers and sisters. And they need health insurance. And I'm not telling you what to believe or how to feel. And I know I always get criticized, so I look at the glass as always half full. Well, that's because of love. And darn it, there are people that work for Metro and need health insurance that I love. And I can't sit here and just not fight for what they believe in. I mean, they don't have the power that we have to say, hey, I need this because my partner may develop something 10 years from now. Yes, I slave on the back of a truck at Public Works. I climb through pipes for Metro Water, or I sit in the back office at the finance department or in one of the many clerk's office, keeping quiet, but I'm worried because, God forbid, if I get sick, you know, my spouse can't have my pension because people will look at who I love. Well, a long time ago, and I sent an email before I was on this council to Council Lady Megan Berry and Ronnie Stein, when we were discussing the non-discrimination bill some time ago. And I was in full support of that as a citizen because everybody needs to be protected, you know, no matter who you are in the workplace. And I'm sorry to ramble, I know it's late and I'm running on fumes, you know, and I'm getting these emails from everywhere about no, yes, Scott Davis, we're going to recall you if you vote against, if you vote for this bill because you're not a Christian if you vote for it. If you're going to recall me over love, so be it, recall me. But I love these people, and I love everybody. throw me out
Order,
of the council.
please.
I want you to support this, everybody. Thank you.
Councilmember Stein.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. Let's put one issue to bed right now. And since we rarely trust each other with the answer, Mr. Riebling, is this funded in our budget?
The cost of the anticipated increased cost of the medical plan is included in the calculations in the budget, so yes.
And in your opinion, is our pension plan going to be adversely affected? Obviously, it's affected, but is the effect of this?
The pension plan will be very moderately affected because already, even without this legislation, an employee can designate anyone of their choice as their beneficiary under the pension plan. So this will have almost no impact on the pension plan.
Thank you. Let's keep in mind that this all began with a letter from this council to the mayor to call for a study formulating committee to consider this issue, and they put a proposal back on our table. So this was initiated here in this body. I believe we need to do it, one, because despite the fact there is a fiscal cost to it, it's easily manageable in our $1.8 billion budget. But we need to do it precisely because we are Nashville, Tennessee. And because we are Nashville, this is the right thing to do. We certainly will join this huge list of cities that are doing this all over the country, but that's not the real reason to do it. Because what it does for us is it acknowledges societal changes in our community. It acknowledges the increasing diversity of our community. And at the same time, it will keep us competitive as we try to bid for the best and brightest of employees. It's simply another step in continuing to make Nashville and our government the welcoming, inclusive, caring community that we aspire to be and we prove ourselves to be time and time again. And that's why I'm for this tonight.
Councilmember Anthony Davis.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'll be brief. I think most everything's been said, but just wanted to reiterate, I think this is the right thing to do in progressive and welcoming cities such as Nashville. This is a wonderful way to provide a benefit to our citizens and most importantly our Metro employees. I think this is a great way for our Metro government to show it is open and inclusive, and Metro jobs are great jobs, and we are a great and inclusive city. So just wanted to add the point, if we are being the best employers we can be, that we will provide this benefit. Thank you.
Councilmember Banks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just wanted to be brief too. I know we're all tired. My wife just texted me and said I look tired but handsome, and that's always a great qualifier. Bottom line is this is about our employees. I know there are people that are upset that we're not helping all of our employees, and they certainly talk about our police officers and our firefighters. Those are important points. I want to help those folks too. Don't get me wrong. But there is a difference between $11 million and $500,000. This is something we can do, and we can do it now. That's why I'm asking for your support for this bill. We are, of course, on second reading. We'll have a third reading to go. But this is important for us to do for our employees, for their loved ones, and I encourage you to vote in favor of this bill.
Councilmember Holloman.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. I think my point has basically been made, but I do want to just say, if you have a philosophical disagreement with this bill, and Councilman Stites, I understand your philosophical disagreement. I disagree with you, but I understand it, and you have a right to say that here on the floor of this body. But this is not a monetary issue in a $1.8 billion budget. It's just not. And so if you have a philosophical disagreement, say you have a philosophical disagreement. Don't make this about money. Don't pit these other workers against our firefighters and our police department. It's just not fair. Thank you.
Councilmember Moore.
Previous question.
All in favor of previous question, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. We need a machine vote. On the bill. We already did previous question. I need for everyone to vote, please. Madam Clerk, please close the machine and tally the vote.
I've got 25 for, 6 against, 3 abstentions.
The legislation, the bill passes. Second reading. Please don't. I'm tired of doing the gavel. BL 2014-780 names the bridge over the South Harpeth River on Highway 96 in honor of Lloyd Linton. Councilmember Tiger.
Committee report.
Councilmember Dominy.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Public Works Committee approved, 5 for and 0 against.
Councilmember Hunt.
Planning and Zoning approved, 9 for, 0 against.
Councilmember Tiger.
Move approval.
Second. Have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. BL 2014-781 amends the definition of performing arts facility in the Metro Code to include certain facilities identified in the state law as an urban park center. Councilmember Stein.
Committee report.
Councilmember Perdue.
Public safety vote 4-0. Pass the bill.
Thank you, Councilmember Stein.
Move approval.
Have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. Councilmember Harmon, would you come up here for a moment? BL 2014-782 approves an agreement between Vanderbilt University and the Metro Police Department to establish a research relationship. Councilmember Perdue.
Public safety passed 4-0.
And you want to make a motion to approve?
Yes, let's do that too.
Okay. I have a motion. Do I have a second? Okay. All in favor, please say aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. I'll be right back. Right there.
All right, BL 2014-783 by Councilman Anthony Davis Stein and others authorizes the acquisition of property located at 864 Idlewild Drive for a Metro Water Services project. Councilmember Davis.
Committee report.
Councilmember Stein.
After much consternation, Budget and Finance voted to defer for 4 meetings, 9 for, 0 against.
Thank you. Councilmember Dominy.
Thank you, Speaker. Public Works Committee voted to defer 4 meetings, 5 for and 0 against.
Thank you. Councilmember Hunt.
Planning and Zoning approved a 4-meeting deferral for 9 and 0.
Thank you. Councilmember Davis.
Because I can get this done in a month, I'd like to move for a 2-meeting deferral, please.
Second. There's a motion properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, and the bill is deferred 2 meetings. All right, BL 2014-784 by Councilmember Holloman and others authorizes Metro Water Services to accept permanent and temporary easements for the I-40, I-440 South Sewer Relocation Project for 5 properties located at 442 37th Avenue North, 37th Avenue North unnumbered, and 435, 509, and 516 36th Avenue North. Councilmember Holloman.
Move approval.
Committee reports, please.
Oh, is there a committee report? I'm sorry.
Councilmember Stein.
Committee report, please. Budget and Finance agrees with Councilman Holloman, 9 for, 0 against.
Thank you. Councilmember Dominy.
Thank you, Speaker. Public Works Committee approved, 5 for and 0 against.
Thank you. Councilmember Hunt.
Planning and Zoning approved Bill 784, 9 for, 0 against.
Thank you. Councilmember Holloman.
All reports being in, sponsor moves approval.
There's a motion properly seconded. All those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, and the bill is passed. BL 2014-785 by Councilmember Baker Stein and others authorizes the acquisition of property located at Cabot Drive unnumbered for construction of the Davidson Branch Equalization Facility. Councilmember Baker, you're recognized.
Committee report, please.
Councilmember Stein.
Budget and Finance approved, 9 for, 0 against.
Thank you. Councilmember Dominy.
Thank you. Public Works voted to defer 1 meeting, 5 for and 0 against.
All right. Thank you. Councilmember Hunt.
Planning and zoning approve Bill 785, 940 against.
Thank you. Councilmember Baker.
Move for approval with a brief explanation.
Hang on, John.
It has to be deferred one meeting by rule because it was deferred in a committee.
Yeah, okay, move for deferral one meeting with a brief explanation.
There's a motion for deferral, properly seconded. Councilmember Baker.
This property here, part of it is in my district and part of it is in Bo Mitchell's district, Councilman Mitchell. But where the tanks are going, I withdrew my name from that because where the tanks are going, all of that is in Bo's district. And so I just withdrew my name and I put it back to Bo Mitchell, Councilman Mitchell.
All right. There's a motion for a one meeting deferral, properly seconded. All those in favor, or I'm sorry, discussion. Councilmember Garrett.
Well, it's by rule, so it can't. It has to be one meeting.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. He says it has to be one meeting because by rule.
Right.
Thank you.
All right. We're on the vote for one meeting deferral. All those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed. And the bill is deferred for one meeting.
Thank you, kind sir.
Not too big a man.
BL 2014-786 abandons the water and sewer easement rights that were retained when a former right-of-way at 3rd Avenue North was abandoned for property located at 5300 Kentucky Avenue. Councilmember Baker.
Committee reports, please.
Councilmember Stein.
Budget and Finance approved, 9-4, 0 against.
Councilmember Dominy.
Public Works approved, 5-4 and 0 against.
Councilmember Hunt.
Planning and zoning approved, 9-4 against.
Councilmember Baker.
Move approval.
Have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. BL 2014-748 approves an agreement between the Metro Arts Commission and West Taft for the archiving of public art. Councilmember Stein.
Move approval.
Have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. BL 2014-749 amends the Geographic Information System Street and Alley Center Line layer by abandoning portions of the right-of-way and easements for alley number 442. Councilmember Moore.
All committee reports are in. I move for approval.
Have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes. BL 2014-750 amends the Geographic Information System Street and Alley Center Line layer by abandoning the right-of-way and easements for Jackson Court and Alley number 204. Councilmember Gilmore.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Move for approval. Can we pull them all the three of mine together and just move them all together?
No, ma'am.
I'm just joking.
No, ma'am.
Move for approval. Thank you.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. BL 2014-751 declares 14 parcels of Metro government-owned property to be surplus and authorizes the sale of the property. Councilmember Stein.
Move approval.
Have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. BL 2014-752 declares the Old Bend West Library Building located at 225 Polk Avenue to be surplus and authorizes the sale of the property. Councilmember Gilmore.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Move for approval.
We have a motion and a second. Councilmember Allen.
I apologize, we hadn't spoken about this earlier. We had talked about historic protection for this. Can you tell us where we are in the process on that? Can I ask Councilmember Gilmore that question?
Sure. I think we're at the nascent stage. I spoke with Mr. Cooper about it today, so we're still going to have to work on it.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. BL 2014-753 abandons 420 linear feet of 8-inch water main, 395 linear feet of 10-inch sewer main and 330 linear feet of an 8-inch sewer main for properties located at 419 Jefferson Street, 1023 4th Avenue North, 5th Avenue North, and 1007 4th Avenue North. Councilmember Gilmore.
Let's see here. Yes. Thank you, Vice Mayor. Move for approval.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. BL 2014-754 abandons 130 linear feet of an existing 8-inch sewer main, authorizes construction of 15 linear feet of an 8-inch DIP water main and 1 fire hydrant assembly, and abandons 108 linear feet of 8-inch PVC sewer main for properties located at 336 and 345 Hill Avenue. Councilmember Moore.
All committee reports are in. I move for approval.
Have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes. BL 2014-755 abandons 95 linear feet of an existing 36-inch combination sewer main and accepts 114 feet of a 42-inch combination sewer main for property located at 1406 Holly Street. Councilmember Westerholm.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. I believe all committee reports are in, and I'd move approval.
Have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. BL 2014-757 accepts permanent and temporary easements for the Joyce Lane Stormwater Improvement Project for 16 properties located, I'm sorry, I skipped one, crossed out, oh well. 756 accepts permanent and temporary easements for the Sylvan Park Stormwater Improvement Project for properties located along Charlotte Avenue, Park Avenue, Elkins Avenue, Nevada Avenue, Dakota Avenue, Idaho Avenue, Wyoming Avenue, Nebraska Avenue, 54th Avenue North, 53rd Avenue North, 52nd Avenue North, 51st Avenue North, 50th Avenue North, and 49th Avenue North. Councilmember Holloman.
Reports, please.
They're all in.
Great. Move approval.
Have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. Now, 2014-757 accepts permanent and temporary easements for the Joyce Lane Stormwater Improvement Project for 16 properties located along Graymar Drive, Graycroft Avenue, Marswin Drive, and Joyce Lane. Councilmember Bennett.
Still awake and requesting approval.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes. BL 2014-758 provides honorary designation of Bishop Michael Lee Graves Boulevard for a portion of Kings Lane. Councilmember Matthews.
With all committee reports in, Madam Vice Mayor, great job tonight. I move approval.
We have a motion and a second. Councilman Tigert.
I was afraid somebody would make the motion to get out of here, but there's one person, two people in here that are not getting paid enough, our staff and all the mayor's office and whatnot. But folks, if you'd notice, Chief Anderson is here, and there are not many department heads that would sit through all of this and be here if we needed him. And Chief, I for one, and I think all these folks would appreciate you being here. Thank you.
Councilman Garrett.
Oh, Madam Chair, lady, I was just going to say, you know, this is how it used to be a long time ago. We were always here at this time.
We haven't voted on this last bill yet. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Okay, you have the rule change on your desk for consideration. And we'll be meeting again, and we're adjourning until next Tuesday.